Chapter 277, Earth Core White Flame. His spiritual sense moved and entered the jade slip. Then, he sped up and flew toward a hall. The hall was built entirely from bluestone. Hongda's hall was like a palace. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. When he arrived at the hall, Li Lingtian waved his hands and cast a series of spells. After the last spell was cast, a 2-meter-wide hole appeared in the middle of the hall. Below the hole was a long stone staircase. It was unknown how long the stone staircase was or where it extended to. Li Lingtian did not hesitate at all. With a flick of his divine consciousness, he summoned the silver-winged flying dragon and had it guard the place before he brought Qingling down. In the dark passage, the stone stairs extended downwards. The deeper they went, the more humid it was, and the air became more and more oppressive. Qingling's heart was thumping in such a place. Her little hands were tightly hugging Li Lingtian's arm. After walking for an unknown amount of time, they finally arrived at the end of the stone stairs. At the end was a huge stone door. On the stone door were restrictions and array formations. Open. Li Lingtian took a closer look. These formations were mysterious ancient formations. Even though they were not as good as the ancient divine formation, they were amazing enough. It was rare for him to study these arrays. He sent a strand of true essence into the jade slip. The jade slip emitted a faint light, and the light instantly enveloped the stone door. Creak, boom. Boom. The stone door slowly opened. However, when the stone door opened, it was a hellish flame inside. Qingling's face immediately turned red. As a warrior, she was naturally unable to withstand such raging flames. Li Lingtian waved his hand and a light shield enveloped Qingling. With the protection of the light pillar, the aura of the flames was completely eliminated. The two of them slowly walked inside. Li Lingtian did not feel anything in the raging flames. He was a flaming sacred body, so naturally, he was not afraid of the flames. In the middle, 2 passages appeared. On one side, there were endless flames. Moreover, these flames were light purple in the depths. Li Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. It was obvious that the flames here were born from heaven and earth. However, he did not know how powerful the flames were. Then, he looked at another passage. It was no different from an ordinary passage. He scanned the passage with his divine sense and carefully entered it. The passage was 200 meters long, and it was not a straight line, but a winding one. Finally, a spacious underground chamber appeared. Qingling was stunned when Li Lingtian opened the stone door of the chamber with a jade slip. This was because the secret chamber was filled with colorful spiritual qi. There were metal, wood, water, fire, earth, and stone door attribute spirit stones. There were also countless medicinal herbs and weapons, as well as countless cultivation techniques and skills. So many spirit stones. After Qingling exclaimed, she was stunned. She had never seen so many spiritual stones before. Even in the auction house, Li Lingtian was the one who paid for the spiritual stones. Furthermore, they were all packed in storage bags. How could he not be excited when he saw the house full of spiritual stones? Even Li Lingtian was shocked, let alone him. With so many spirit stones, a conservative estimate would be more than 100 billion. The Yen family had actually reached such a huge wealth after searching for tens of thousands of years. Moreover, there were countless weapons and medicinal herbs in the secret chamber. It seemed that these medicinal herbs and weapons were completely plundered. This was because medicinal herbs were not very precious. There were no 100-year-old, 500-year-old, 1,000-year-old, or 10,000-year-old herbs. The weapons were all spirit weapons and profound level weapons. There were also more than 10 emperor weapons. Not to mention the quality level, just the quantity alone was an astonishing number. Hoarding so much wealth and weapons must be a big scheme. The only explanation was that the Yen family had used this wealth to develop their clan. It seemed that they were quite ambitious. If he used so much wealth to develop his family, he would definitely be powerful. Qingling, move aside. Li Lingtian looked at the spiritual stones and shouted at the stunned Qingling. Since he wanted to use it to develop his faction, he could also use it. These spirit stones could completely establish a sizable faction. With that, he activated the divine dragon ring with his divine sense. A light shadow appeared, and behind it was a mysterious world. Countless spirit stones quickly entered the divine dragon ring. After a full minute, the herbs, weapons, and spirit stones in the secret chamber were all transferred into the divine dragon ring. He was the ruler of the divine dragon ring, so he was naturally very clear about the number inside. After a rough estimation, the number of spirit stones actually reached more than 320 billion. There were also countless medicinal herbs. There were more than 10,000 spirit weapons and profound level weapons in total, as well as more than 10 imperial weapons. After everything was done, the entire secret chamber was empty. I'll buy you some clothes tonight. Li Lingtian smiled and pinched Qingling's little face. These spiritual stones had numbed him. Young master, how many spirit stones are there? Qingling asked happily. Even though young master had taken all these spirit stones, he would definitely give them to her if she needed them. Just 300 billion. After Li Lingtian finished speaking, he began to search the secret chamber with his divine consciousness but found nothing. Qingling was stunned on the spot. This amount, let alone him, anyone who got it would be shocked. He didn't call out to Qingling, he just hugged her and quickly walked out. He came to the passage of the flames again and his divine sense entered the jade slip. In the end, he muttered to himself. According to the records on the jade slip, the fiery flame passage was the place where the three revered martial artists often went into seclusion. It was indeed rare to choose a training room behind the blazing flames. If the Yen family cultivated a fire-type martial soul, it would be fine. It was also very normal. However, most of the people in the Yen family cultivated ice-type martial souls. This blazing flame was too strange. Xiao Bai, look after her. Li Lingtian called Little White out and handed it over to Qingling. Little White glanced at Li Lingtian before it snuggled up to Qingling and fell asleep. Qingling wanted to follow Li Lingtian when she saw him enter the flaming tunnel alone. However, her cultivation was too low and she did not have the ability to withstand the power of the flames. Chi. In the fiery passage, endless flames burned continuously, and hissing sounds were heard from time to time. Li Lingtian activated his flaming sacred body. Despite facing the raging flames, he did not feel anything as he walked forward step by step. After an unknown period of time, Li Lingtian realized that the passageway extended downwards. The further down he went, the more terrifying the flames became. Even with his flaming sacred body, he had to circulate his cultivation technique to resist. In the end, he couldn't withstand it. Ice Soul Martial Soul. The flaming sacred body couldn't resist it anymore, so he used the Ice Soul Martial Spirit. Under the double power, the effect of the flame disappeared. Hush. Finally, after passing through the passage, they arrived at an empty space. Rather than calling it an empty space, it was more like the edge of the flames. At that moment, Li Lingtian's gaze was attracted by a ball of white flames that was burning incessantly. This ball of flame was completely different from the other flames. This was because this ball of flames carried a strange earth element aura, as if it had been underground for a long time. Swoosh. At this moment, the white flame flashed and flew up automatically. However, the range of this flame was only within 10 meters. As if he was imprisoned by something, Li Lingtian looked at the ground carefully. He immediately understood that this ball of flames had been imprisoned. There was a mysterious formation on the ground. The formation emitted a faint aura that was enough to confine the white flames. Li Lingtian's interest was piqued when he saw the array diagram. He sat cross-legged and began to study it carefully. Instantly, the expression on his face kept changing, sometimes happy and sometimes depressed. Divine destruction to the extreme. Li Lingtian cried out in surprise. He did not expect the array to contain a heaven-ranked divine ability. He was almost killed by that move. So this was the skill cultivated by the Yan family. However, this divine power skill had a total of 3 moves. Yan Qingshan had not even mastered the first move. Otherwise, even if he had 10 lives, he would have died long ago. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. He flicked his 10 fingers and cast spells one after another. Golden characters were transmitted into his sea of consciousness. Bang! With a soft sound, the formation shattered, and the faint aura dissipated. Just as the formation shattered, the white flames exploded with destructive power. Although it was only the size of a fist, it carried a destructive burning power. Li Lingtian was also hit hard and his body was thrown out with a trace of blood trickling down the corner of his mouth. Earth core white flame. Li Lingtian cried out in surprise. The flame was not an ordinary flame but a type of flame, the Earth's core white flame. It was one of the most terrifying flames in the world, and this geocentric white flame even had spirituality. Swoosh, swoosh. The geocentric white flame shot straight at Li Lingtian. It was trying to possess him. Li Lingtian smiled bitterly in his heart. What kind of world was this? He had a flaming sacred body, yet he was being possessed by the flames. Was this not a joke? With a thought, he activated the flaming sacred body. The 9 suns sacred flame, the Empyrean demon sacred flame, and the fire dragon's heart were unleashed. Although he had already fused 3 types of flames, he could easily separate them. Now that they were combined, even the most terrifying flames in the world would not dare to say that they were a match for the 3 types of flames in his body. You want to run? There's no way. Seeing that the geocentric white flame was about to escape, Li Lingtian immediately shouted. A tiger that did not show its might would be a sick cat. Now that it had seen how powerful it was, it wanted to run away again. There was no such thing in this world. After saying that, he activated his divine sense and unleashed the raging flames in his body, quickly attacking the earth core white flame. In the blink of an eye, the 2 raging flames intertwined and a destructive devouring force was emitted in the air. After a quarter of an hour, the geocentric white flame could no longer put up any resistance as it was completely engulfed by Li Lingtian's raging flames. He opened the divine dragon ring with his soul consciousness and took out a jade box. He opened more than 10 seals and restrictions. He grabbed with one hand and the white flame entered the jade box. He closed the box and cast countless seals. The box was covered with restrictions and seals. After everything was done, he threw the box into the divine dragon ring. Chapter 278, Extinction, 1. After putting away the geocentric white flame, Li Lingtian looked around and did not find anything else. This place was also where the 3 Supreme Realm experts cultivated. The entire family's wealth had also been taken away by him. The cultivation techniques were all his family's cultivation techniques, and he didn't care about them at all. The only heaven-tier skill, extreme divine destruction, was also in this place. Following that, Li Lingtian's body flashed as he quickly flew out. When he arrived outside, Qingling and Little White were still waiting. Qingling's face was filled with worry and anxiety. He was relieved to see Li Lingtian safely out. Young master, did you find anything inside? Qingling knew Li Lingtian's personality well. Under normal circumstances, he would not hide anything from her. In fact, Li Lingtian had nothing to hide. Other than his identity, he had nothing else to hide. As for the origin of the cultivation technique, he had gone to many places to train, so it naturally came from the places where he trained. It's nothing much. One just got a ball of flames. At that time, I can raise my ice, fire, 9 heavens to the 3rd heaven. Li Lingtian had a confident smile on his face. He did not expect to reap such a huge harvest after this battle. He had obtained a great cloud palm and ultimate god destroyer, as well as the Yen family's wealth. He still could not understand why the House of Storms would appear at this time and help the Yen family. He would never believe that they were interested in the Yen family's power. 3 revered martial artists were indeed impressive in a place like soliciting Moon City. However, in the eyes of the House of Storms, revered martial artists were only martial arts grandmasters. It was likely that he had taken a fancy to some item or wealth of the Yen family, or it was this god-destroyer. The two of them left the passageway and returned to the hall. The silver-winged flying dragon was retracted. Li Lingtian quickly returned to his cave abode. He had to make some arrangements for his future plans. Now that the Yen clan had been wiped out from Moonrise City, countless major forces had adopted a wait-and-see attitude toward Li Lingtian. After all, Li Lingtian's strength was displayed here. However, he had offended one of the 3 super forces, the House of Storms. If the House of Storms were to come looking for him, no matter how powerful Li Lingtian of the Divine Pill Pavilion was, he would not be able to fend them off. There was more than one revered martial artist in House of Storms. There were even martial emperors, let alone revered martial artists. It was easier to eliminate a martial arts grandmaster than to eliminate an ant. His position in Moonrise City was mysterious. Others did not dare to provoke him easily, nor did they come to curry favor with him. This way, it was in line with his wishes. His cultivation base was still too low to leave Moonrise City easily. Unless he encountered some good skill or treasure, or he needed some kind of material, he would definitely not leave easily. It was still his strength. His cultivation was too low. It was impossible for him to really fight with a Supreme Realm expert. In the cave abode, Li Lingtian allowed Green Cloud to develop rapidly. Spiritual stones were not a big deal. The main thing was for him to gain more information. With Qingyun taking care of everything outside and Qingling taking care of the cave, he could cultivate in peace. Li Lingtian sat cross-legged in the practice room with a calm expression on his face. Looks like I have to cultivate the ice, fire, 9 heavens to the 3rd heaven. One also have to fully control the myriad returning swords and the divine wrath of heaven. Also, one have to improve the true dragon body protection. If one can comprehend the extreme god destruction and great cloud palm, that would be even better. Sigh, why can't one control the heaven extreme tyrant emperor saber? Li Lingtian muttered to himself. The only thing he could do now was to upgrade these skills. The improvement of his cultivation was not something that could be done in a day or 2. He could only focus on his skills. Thinking of the divine weapon, the heavenly extreme tyrant emperor saber, he always felt regretful in his heart. Even if he used the treasure control technique, he could not completely control it. This was mainly because his cultivation was not enough. Then, he decided to cultivate his skills first and use pills to increase his cultivation. After refining the medicinal pill to increase the realm of the demon beast, the silver-winged flying dragon had completely become his life-saving helper. Following that, Li Lingtian rarely left the cave abode. He spent most of his time in the practice room cultivating his skills, refining pills, heaven and earth reincarnation, and true dragon's body barrier. Naturally, he would not let go of a trump card like the divine array diagram. When he was free, he would check on the news of Moonrise City with Qingling, as well as the news around Moonrise City and the movements of the Azure continent. Naturally, the little girl worked hard on her cultivation. She would only stop her cultivation when Li Lingtian was resting to accompany him. With Li Lingtian's guidance, pills, and mystical cultivation methods, her cultivation base improved by leaps and bounds. In just 2 short months, he had already reached Tier 7 warrior spirit. Although it was nothing much, such progress was still shocking. On this day, Li Lingtian was in the practice room with a solemn and serious expression. Ice, fire, 9 heavens, refine them for me. After pondering for a while and calming himself down, he used his divine consciousness to take out the brocade box from the divine dragon ring. The geocentric white flame was unsealed. Immediately, the destructive devouring power filled the entire training room. Li Lingtian cast a spell and unleashed a powerful inferno. The destructive inferno protected his palms while his left hand was the icy flame while his right hand was the geocentric white flame. With 2 extreme attributes in Li Lingtian's hands, although the icy frost flame was a mutated attribute, Li Lingtian was able to balance the ice and flames under his control. With a determined expression, he circulated his true essence and protected his entire body with the true dragon body barrier. As he clasped his hands together, the two ultimate destructive forces collided. Li Lingtian's entire body was caught between ice and fire. This wasn't the first time he had experienced such an experience. He had experienced it when he created the 9 heavens of ice and fire. It was the same when he reached the second heaven. The icy frost flame and the geocentric white flame continued to refine. Finally, after an hour, the two ultimate attributes in Li Lingtian's hands were refined. Ice, fire, 9 heavens had also undergone a mutation, and its power was even more terrifying. Inadvertently, a trace of the aura of extermination floated out, causing the power of the ice/fire/9 heavens to reach a level of extermination. Ice, fire, 9 heavens. The third heaven is called extinction, death, destruction, extermination. Li Lingtian replied indifferently with a hint of vicissitudes on his face. In this world, becoming a powerhouse meant stepping over the corpses of countless geniuses and powerhouses. Since there was a war, people had to die. Those who died were naturally the opponents of death. Extinction was to exterminate all living beings in the world with a single strike. The first two moves, each of which carried death and destruction, this one was extermination. Its power was many times stronger than the previous two. Each level was the distance between heaven and earth. This was the ice/fire/9 levels. The current 9 heavens of ice/fire, even if he encountered a Supreme Realm expert again, he would still be able to make a Supreme Realm expert lose a layer of skin even if he did not die. For martial artists, no matter when, whether it was their cultivation method or skill strength, a little improvement would increase their chances of survival. There was no such thing as luck in this world. There was only power. Now that the ice, fire, 9 heavens had reached the third heaven, his strength had also increased greatly. As long as he did not encounter a Supreme Realm expert, there was no one who could withstand his ice, fire, 9 heavens. The last time, a rank 9 martial emperor had used the Paradise Mirror to break the ice, fire, 9 heavens. However, the Paradise Mirror was already in his hands. Moreover, even if someone used the Paradise Mirror now, his ice, fire, 9 heavens would not be broken. When the ice, fire, 9 heavens reached the third heaven, the myriad returning swords also continued to improve, and the true dragon body barrier also gradually strengthened. God's wrath could also slowly improve. Every time he improved, his strength would increase by a level. However, in his spare time, he set his eyes on the extreme god extermination and the great cloud palm. These two were both heaven-grade divine abilities. He didn't care about the other earth-ranked skills at all. After all, even if he didn't cultivate a skill that had reached the transcendent state, it would still be at the transcendent state. The transcendent state was the ability to use a skill at will, and its power would reach an unimaginable level. Paradise Mirror, refine, Jade Light Ruler, refine, Shield of the Earth, refine, Clear Wind Shuttle, refine it. Li Lingtian was refining 4 treasures in the practice room. The Grotto Heaven Mirror and the Clear Wind Shuttle were superior imperial weapons, while the Jade Ray Ruler and the Shield of Earth were inferior celestial weapons. Now that he thought about it, he really had some luck in killing Tong Yunfei. Tong Yunfei was caught off guard. He did not know that he would be alive after being killed by the ultimate god destroyer. He could not imagine that Li Lingtian would sneak an attack on him. He did not even have the time to use treasures like the Shield of the Earth and the Jade Light Ruler. If a second-level Supreme Realm expert used a heaven artifact, he would die no matter how powerful he was. Tong Yunfei was the one who died the most grievously. He was killed without even using a single attack. These 2 heaven artifacts were now his. It was rare for him to refine the Supreme Grade Emperor artifacts of the Yen family's 3 revered martial artists, so he had his eyes on the Grotto Heaven Mirror and the Bright Wind Shuttle. There were many monarch artifacts in his divine dragon ring, so he naturally had no use for them. Moreover, he did not even have the time to care about divine artifacts. How could he have so much energy to refine an emperor artifact? Now, his opponents were rank 9 martial emperors and martial honors. As for the experts below rank 9 martial emperors, he was not in the mood to care about them. After refining several treasures, Li Lingtian walked out with a faint smile on his face. During this period of time, the increase in his strength, the refinement of treasures, and the wealth of the Yen family were all his assets. Now, he had about 400 billion spiritual stones in his divine dragon ring. There were also countless medicinal herbs and weapons. If these items were taken out, they would also be worth countless spirit stones. Young master, your strength has increased. You look a little different. Qing Ling smiled happily when she saw Li Lingtian come out. However, she could not see through Li Lingtian when she looked at him. Yes, I've improved a little. Li Lingtian nodded. It was a good thing that he had gained both cultivation and strength during this period of time. However, he knew that the road ahead of him would be dangerous and he did not relax at all. The House of Storms was like a huge mountain pressing down on him. He also had to deal with Tang Qingyue and Yun Yaoyao, as well as Shen Mei. Chapter 279, Heaven Nourishing Root. Qing Ling was naturally delighted when she heard that Li Lingtian's cultivation base had improved. Li Lingtian's strength would be beneficial to her as well. Regardless of which aspect, Li Lingtian's achievements would determine her fate. If Li Lingtian's strength was too weak, he would not be able to win against the strong and he would no longer have an umbrella to protect himself in the future. Furthermore, as Li Lingtian's maid and his woman, she would always side with Li Lingtian in everything. Right, young master, Big Brother sent me some news 2 days ago. It's very interesting. Qing Ling thought of the news that Qing Yun had sent 2 days ago. There was a piece of interesting news. It was interesting to experts, but it didn't affect low-level warriors. What is it? Li Lingtian stretched his body before finally lying down on a recliner that he made when he had nothing to do. Enjoying the massage from Qing Ling's slender fingers, her face revealed a comfortable expression. It seems like the heaven's patching root has appeared on the Cloudwood Peak. There are 3 sections of the root. One section was taken away by a mysterious powerhouse, and the other 2 sections are still in the hands of a 9th-level martial emperor. Furthermore, countless powerhouses are scrambling for this heaven's patching root. Young master, what use do you think this heaven-nourishing root has? It's just a plant's root. Is there a need to risk your life to fight for it? Qing Ling revealed a puzzled expression. So many experts were actually here for a single root. She could understand if it was a competition for a heaven artifact or a magical pill, but it was definitely not worth it for a root. At the very least, she would not compete. What, that heaven-nourishing root? Li Lingtian sat up immediately with an excited expression on his face. He looked at Qing Ling seriously. His action startled Qing Ling. The usually steady young master was actually so excited when he heard about the heaven-nourishing root. Yes, Big Brother said that the people below received the news that it was the heaven-nourishing root. There are a total of 3 sections. Qing Ling didn't know what this heaven-nourishing root was used for, but since young master was so excited, it definitely wasn't simple. In her heart, young master didn't care about ordinary items at all because he was worth hundreds of billions and had countless treasures on him. His skills were also extremely powerful. Furthermore, he was a top-level spirit alchemist. The pills he refined were enough for him to use. Naturally, he did not need to be excited about other treasures. Then, he repeated the news of the heaven-nourishing root. You rest in the cave abode. This young master is going out for a while. This heaven-nourishing root is a necessary material for refining a tier 6 medicinal pill. It is also a supplementary material. When refining a medicinal pill, adding a little heaven-nourishing root can increase the quality and tier of the medicinal pill. Moreover, this heaven-nourishing root is not only a material for a tier 6 medicinal pill, but also a material for other medicinal pills. As long as it is a medicinal pill, adding the heaven-nourishing root will produce a shocking effect. If a martial artist obtains this heaven's patching root, he can refine his own physique and improve his martial soul. It can reduce the difficulty of breaking through the bottleneck. Li Lingtian gave a simple explanation. He only mentioned some simple effects, but the true power of the heaven-nourishing root was far more than that. As a pill refiner, if he were to give up on such a heaven-defying item, wouldn't it be a waste of his fortune? Young master wants to go out, do you need Qingling to go with you? Qingling wanted to go out as well, but the powerhouses who were competing for the heaven-nourishing root were all martial emperors. There were even martial honors who were competing for it. If she went, she would only be a burden to Li Lingtian. You can cultivate in the cave. One will go out alone. Li Lingtian stood up and was about to leave as soon as he finished speaking. He had to get his hands on such a treasure. Qingling nodded obediently as she helped Li Lingtian tidy up his clothes. 5 days ago, at Cloudwood Peak. Cloudwood Peak was a mountain range between Moonrise City and Cloudwood City. This mountain range belonged to the common territory of Moonrise City and Cloudwood City. This place was rich in spiritual energy, but very few people went to cultivate because martial artists could not obtain spiritual energy when they came here. The spiritual energy that appeared was absorbed by the trees, and the trees emitted spiritual energy. This cycle was so repeated that martial artists could not cultivate, but these trees were full of spiritual energy, almost becoming spirits. Countless trees that were over 10,000 years old could be seen everywhere. It was also the place where countless powerful demon beasts lived. On this day, auspicious clouds descended from the sky, and a strange sign appeared in Cloudwood Peak. Countless powerful beings rushed over. After waiting for a day, multicolored light flashed in the depths of Cloudwood Peak, and 3 trees with mysterious auras appeared. Each section of the tree was only 1 meter long, like a vine. Seeing these 3 sections of vines, countless experts recognized that this was the heaven's patching root. The appearance of the heaven's patching root had attracted countless experts to fight for it. Li Lingtian quietly left soliciting Moon City and quickly flew toward Cloudwood Peak. However, he didn't hurry on his way because such a treasure would definitely not be at the Cloudwood Peak if it was fought over by experts. As they flew, they asked around. Such a huge commotion would definitely not be unknown. As expected, Li Lingtian received news that one of the heaven-nourishing roots had landed in Pingyang City. Pingyang City was no ordinary city. It was a city belonging to one of the Azure Continent's top 10 super clans. Such a family was not a small family like Moonrise City. This family had existed for tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years. The clan was extremely powerful, and the power of the entire clan was countless times stronger than that of Moonrise City. The Ping family, one of the 10 great families, was located in Pingyang City. This city was named after the Ping family. Soliciting Moon City was the size of Azure Continent, which was equivalent to the power of Tranquil Sun City. In the Ping family, martial grandmasters and martial emperors were everywhere, but there were more than 300 martial emperors and 20 martial honored realm experts in the Ping family. Li Lingtian could only shake his head at the thought of how such a powerful force was unshakable. He was in trouble. Strong enemies were everywhere, including the House of Storms and the Dishi family. They couldn't mess with the Ping family now. As he flew, he calculated. He was less than 10,000 miles away from Pingyang City. Sigh, forget it. Let's not talk about anything else. Just the martial emperor of the Ping family alone can crush me to death. It's better not to make enemies so easily. Li Lingtian looked into the distance. With his current cultivation base, it would only take him an hour to cover a distance of 10,000 miles. He could not provoke the Ping family, so he might as well not enter Pingyang City. If he went somewhere else, there would still be 2 pieces of the heaven-nourishing root. He sighed and quickly flew into the distance. Rumble. After flying for less than 2 hours, Li Lingtian hovered above a huge sea area with a look of horror on his face. Such a commotion was definitely a great battle between super experts. The place where the battle was taking place could be felt from thousands of miles away. This place was the territory of the Ping family. They did not expect that someone would dare to fight in the territory of the Ping family. His figure flashed and he quickly hid himself. He entered the sea area. He was at the 5 elements perfection, so he was like a fish in water when he entered the sea area. In the water, he could use his water martial soul to its fullest. His body shot through the sea like an arrow. In a moment, he arrived at the place where the battle was taking place. He concealed his spiritual sense and aura, hiding beside a sea beast and observing the situation in the sky. 4 9th-level martial emperors and a 1st-level martial honored realm expert were floating in the air. Opposite them was a 2nd-level martial honored realm elder. There was blood at the corner of the old man's mouth. It seemed that he was injured quite badly. The other 5 people's faces were also extremely solemn. The emperor weapons in their hands kept bombarding. Ping Haoji, hand over the heaven-nourishing root. It's useless to keep it with you. Dongfang Yunlong said loudly. The 4 9th-level martial emperors attacked together. For a moment, they were on par with the 2nd-level martial honored realm experts. Moreover, he still had a trump card that he had yet to use. If he wasn't worried that Ping Haoji would destroy the heavens patching root, he would have used it long ago. Dongfang Yunlong, you must be dreaming. Do you know where you are? Ping Haoji said loudly. After countless battles, he had finally obtained the heavens patching root. Naturally, he would not give up so easily. Moreover, this place was the Ping family's territory. As long as he delayed for a while, the Ping family's experts would come. Thinking about the people in front of him, his heart was burning with anger. He had fought a great battle and defeated countless supreme experts to obtain the heaven-mending root, but these 5 people had been secretly attacking him. Pingyang City, how much longer do you think you can delay? Dongfang Yunlong said loudly. His face turned gloomy and his lips opened and closed. No one knew what he was saying to the 4 of them. When their lips stopped moving, they stopped attacking as well. The attacks of the 4 9th-level martial emperors became even more intense. Although the 4 rank 9 martial emperors were powerful, they were just ants in front of a 2nd heaven martial honored realm expert. However, they could still stall for some time. After Dongfang Yunlong stopped, his face turned solemn. He drew a strange line in the air with his hands, causing the space to tremble slightly. Li Lingtian watched the battle in the sky from below the sea. He could hear the powerhouse's words clearly and could only smile bitterly in his heart. He did not expect to meet a martial honor of the Ping family here. The news that the Ping family had obtained the heavens patching root was true, but the heavens patching root was not in the Ping family. Instead, it was with the martial honor of the Ping family. The person who spread the news was definitely not friendly to the Ping family. If they knew that the heaven-nourishing root was in the Ping family would be hunted down by countless experts. Li Lingtian had no choice but to conceal his aura completely when he noticed the situation in the sky. He could not participate this time. The wrath of the heavenly river. Dongfang Yunlong shouted softly. Li Lingtian immediately felt that something was amiss. His opponent had a water martial soul as well. If he used his water martial soul, he could no longer hide in the sea area. As expected, the ocean churned when Dongfang Yunlong unleashed the heavenly river's fury. The endless seawater formed a shocking pillar. Li Lingtian did not even have the chance to react before he was sucked into the water pillar. Chapter 280, Black and White Peerless. Dongfang Yunlong exclaimed in surprise. He had also discovered that there was a warrior inside his water column. However, this martial artist did not have the slightest aura. No aura, which was why he did not notice the existence of other people here during the battle. Li Lingtian could feel the destructive aura in the water column. The rage of the heavenly river was a martial honors trump card, so it was not to be provoked. Now, he could only pretend to be dead. If he was found alive, he would be in trouble. He kept calculating in his heart. In this water pillar, if he did not want to be discovered, it was impossible for him to get out. As long as he moved and used any skill, the other party would notice. Rumble. In the middle of the sky and sea, the monstrous waves continued to gather, forming twisted water columns that continued to grow stronger. Water was soft, but at its peak, it was also the most domineering attack in the world. When Ping Haoji saw the heavenly river's fury, he was also extremely shocked. He had finally realized what he was worried about. As expected, Dongfang Yunlong was in a hurry to make a move. He would not be able to wait for the Ping family's reinforcements to arrive. Divine Dragon Slash. After Ping Haoji negated the attacks of the 4 9th-level martial emperors, a destructive aura emanated from his body. A strange weapon appeared. The weapon carried a destructive pressure. With a casual wave of his hand, a light shadow slashed at the water pillar. The power of the light shadow directly split the sky into 2 halves, and in the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of the water pillar. The 2 shocking attacks collided fiercely, and a destructive force erupted in the air. Under the impact of this force, the 4 martial emperors spat out a mouthful of blood and were thrown out. The aftershock of the attacks of 2 supreme realm experts was something that a martial monarch realm expert could withstand. Rumble, rumble. With a series of explosions, the Divine Dragon Slash's attack quickly split the water pillar apart, but the water pillar continued to fuse as if there was no end to it. However, Li Lingtian, who was in the water pillar, was shaken by the attacks from the 2 supreme realm powerhouses. If this continued, he would die in there. His face hardened. He had already offended countless powerful enemies. It was not a big deal to provoke the Ping family. 1 more debt was not too much, and 1 less debt was not too little. At the thought of this, he circulated his true essence and executed the Ice, Fire, 9 Heavens. Ice, Fire, 9 Heavens, Level 3, Extermination. After the Ice, Fire, 9 Heavens reached the 3rd level, it took only an instant for the 2 Supreme Realm experts to realize the change in the sky when the skill was activated. He didn't expect that there would be other experts here besides him. By the time they reacted, it was already too late. Moreover, the 2 of them had already used their moves. It was impossible to retract them. The old strength had already been exhausted, and the new strength had yet to be born. Their faces revealed fear. A 4-colored beam of light followed the water pillar and crashed into Ping Haoji. Behind the icy, fiery 9th heaven beam of light, Li Lingtian's body flashed and disappeared. The sea area was filled with the aura of extermination. This aura of extermination terrified the 2 martial honors and the 4 martial emperors. They did not expect that there would be such an overbearing aura in this world. I don't want to. Ping Haoji saw the aura of extermination coming towards him. The pillar of light continued to destroy the water pillar and the Divine Dragon Slash. This was the first time he had seen such a domineering attack. In front of this attack, a negative effect was produced in his heart. He didn't even have the reaction to dodge. Rumble. The shocking pillar of light directly broke through the Divine Dragon Slash's attack and bombarded Ping Haoji's body. At the same time, a destructive crisis appeared behind him. A sharp and overbearing cold air was released, and his entire body was frozen. All. With a miserable cry, the pillar of light struck his body, and his body quickly lost its vitality. The cold air behind him also froze his entire body. Ping Haoji lost all signs of life as he screamed. His eyes were filled with fear and unwillingness as a young man in white appeared behind him. Dongfang Yunlong and the 4 9th-level martial emperors also saw the young man behind Ping Haoji. When they saw this young man, they felt a wave of fear and confusion. This young man did not have any cultivation at all, but he killed a 2nd-level martial honored realm expert in 1 strike. Although he had used his trump card and the white-robed young man's sneak attack, he also realized how terrifying the destructive power of this pillar of light was. If he encountered it, he did not know what treasure he would use to block it. Crash. An ear-piercing shattering sound rang out as Ping Haoji's body was instantly shattered into pieces. The pieces were no different from ice cubes. A storage pouch and a strange weapon fell into the hands of the white-robed youth. Sir, aren't you being a little unreasonable? I've been risking my life for the heaven-nourishing root until now, but now you're taking it all by yourself. Dongfang Yunlong did not agree when he saw Li Lingtian take away the storage pouch and weapon. The young man before him was terrifying, but he was unwilling to let his scheming and risking his life to benefit someone else. You want this heaven-nourishing root? You've been risking your life all this time, but if it's useful, you still need people to join hands. I'm really ashamed of you. Li Lingtian completely ignored Dongfang Yunlong, who was a first heaven martial honor. However, after fighting for so long, he had exhausted a lot of his energy. Even if he did not defeat a martial honor, it would be easy for him to leave with his current cultivation and strength. You, damn it. Dongfang Yunlong's face turned red when he heard that. How could he still have any face when he was insulted in front of everyone? Not only did he snatch the heaven-nourishing root, but he was also humiliated. It was indeed unbearable for him. Moreover, this young man looked to be only 18 years old. He did not have any cultivation at all. He must have hidden his cultivation. He was a supreme realm expert. Why would he be afraid of a young man? Are you not convinced that even if you don't like it, you better endure it? 2. Li Lingtian's body flashed as soon as he finished speaking. He flew away quickly without any room for negotiation. He had killed the Ping clan's revered martial artist. If he were to fight Dongfang Yunlong, he would be in trouble when the Ping clan's experts arrived. Leave it for me. Dongfang Yunlong was completely enraged. He waved his hands again, and the seawater in the world quickly gathered, forming a 1,000-meter-tall wave. The wave was crystal clear, like ice crystals. It was emitting a destructive aura, and the huge wave came crashing down on Li Lingtian in an instant. Li Lingtian could not help but tremble under the immense pressure as he was shocked. If he had used this move in the beginning, he would not have been able to leave the water pillar so easily, let alone kill Ping Haoji. Jade Light Ruler, break! He stretched out his hand, and a foot-long jade ruler appeared. Spiritual energy quickly gathered on the jade ruler, and a dazzling light appeared. The dazzling light gently slashed towards the shocking huge wave. Crash! The dazzling light of the jade light ruler entered the huge wave, and the huge wave was destroyed by the unbearable destruction. Immediately, the huge wave was quickly split into two halves and quickly dissipated. Li Lingtian did not stop at all as he quickly flew into the distance. Damn it! Dongfang Yunlong was shocked when he saw his powerful attack being broken in the blink of an eye. At the same time, he felt a trace of fear. This young man had used a heaven artifact right away. Although it was only a low-grade heaven artifacts were extremely rare in the Azure continent. Only martial honors had the chance to obtain it. This young man did not seem to have any cultivation, but his strength and methods were extremely terrifying. Coupled with his tone and heaven artifact, he did not dare to underestimate this young man. By the time he reacted, could it be that his figure was already in the sky? Martial uncle, should we chase after them? A 9th-level martial emperor asked Dongfang Yunlong in a low voice with a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth and a terrified look on his face. 2. I'm chasing your mother. Can you beat him? Dongfang Yunlong was instantly enraged. He had been suppressed by a young man. Just as he was worried that he had nowhere to vent his anger, someone sent him up. A loud slap was sent out, and the 9th-level martial emperor who asked the question was instantly stunned. Li Lingtian's body flashed rapidly, leaving Dongfang Yunlong far behind. As he flew, he sent a wisp of his soul consciousness into the divine dragon ring. He took out the storage bag he had just obtained and looked at it before sending his soul consciousness into it. That's right, a 1-meter-long heaven-nourishing root was lying inside. Not good, killing intent. Li Lingtian was taken aback as he knew that this was not good. He had never seen such a murderous intent before. Moreover, this killing intent was obviously directed at him. In this vast sea, other than Dongfang Yunlong, who was a supreme realm expert, there was no other Supreme Realm expert. Even Dongfang Yunlong wouldn't give him such a terrifying killing intent. The only explanation was that the experts of the Ping family had come. Sure enough, 100 miles away, two middle-aged men were floating in the sky above the sea, like sculptures floating in the air. Other than killing intent, there was no longer any vitality or aura. For the first time, Li Lingtian felt a deep sense of dread. The other party had already blocked him from the front and he had no way out. If they retreated, there might be another super expert from the Ping family behind them. Black and white peerless. His body shot out and came to a place 10 miles in front of the two revered martial artists. He floated above the sea area and was only 1 foot away from the sea area. The true dragon's protective light shield covered his entire body. The light shield rose and fell with the sea water. Li Lingtian was shocked once again because the clothes of the two middle-aged men reminded him of the Ping clan's black and white matchless. Although he was in Moonrise City, the people under Qingyun had long left Moonrise City, so they knew a lot about the backgrounds and identities of some cities and experts. He Bai Wushuang of the Ping family was a super expert of the Ping family. He was a rank 2 Supreme Realm existence. Although he was also a rank 2 Supreme Realm expert, he was almost invincible among those of the same rank. This was also what shocked him. Another thing that made him afraid was the cultivation technique and skill that Black and White Wushuang cultivated. In attribute, ordinary martial artists would accidentally fall for it and die without knowing how. Hand over the storage bag first, then follow me back to receive your punishment. The two middle-aged experts did not speak, but as soon as their sinister voices sounded above the sea, the world instantly changed. In an instant, the entire sea region became gloomy. At the same time, the sea region disappeared, and what appeared in front of them was a hellish world. Li Lingtian could feel his entire body turning cold. Even his ice soul martial soul felt extremely cold in this gloomy hellish world. Dark soul world. The two middle-aged men in front of him looked at each other with a cold glint in their eyes. Li Lingtian could not help but shudder when they looked at him. Chapter 281, The Power of the Eye of the Divine Soul. The Dark Soul world was a spiritual world created by experts. The Black and White peerless in front of him were experts of this path. Their martial souls were also of the Yin system, which was rare in the world. Yin martial souls were the same as demons. The Netherworld was also a world, but it was rare to see the experts of the Netherworld appear. The fact that there were no underworld cultivators did not mean that there were no people who practiced the underworld cultivation method. Similarly, martial artists with Yin martial souls could achieve twice the result with half the effort by cultivating the underworld's cultivation method. Just now, he had accidentally fallen for it and entered the spiritual world of Black and White Wushuang. He should have known long ago that the two middle-aged men floating above the sea were not so simple, but he had forgotten about the attributes of the Black and White matchless. Humph, you know quite a lot, but this time, you can only stay here forever, bag of holding. I'll take it back after I capture you. The gloominess in Wushuang Hei's eyes intensified as he walked toward Li Lingtian step by step. The spiritual world was not a world, but a warrior's soul and divine sense were surrounded and entered into another spirit. If his soul and consciousness couldn't escape, then he would never have a soul, and his body would just be a shell. At that time, he would be at the mercy of others. The dark soul world is indeed powerful, but, hee. Li Lingtian calmed himself down and the fear on his face disappeared. With a faint smile on his face, he watched as Wushuang Hei walked toward him. However, just as Li Lingtian was about to burst out laughing, Hei Wushuang stopped. The young man before him was too strange to have recognized his dark soul world. He didn't know what this young man was capable of. But what? Hei Wushuang asked coldly. At this time, the other party had already entered the dark soul world. Even a martial honor realm expert would not be able to escape, let alone a young man. After asking, he continued walking toward Li Lingtian. He did not believe that he could pull any tricks in his own world. However, all mental worlds are trash in front of me. Eye of the divine soul, break. The smile on Li Lingtian's face did not fade as he spoke calmly. As he spoke, the smile on his face turned cruel. A three-petaled exquisite blood-red lotus appeared between his eyebrows, and a faint light shot out. The light had no power, but in the spiritual world, it was undoubtedly a bolt from the blue. 2. Not good, it's a soul attack. Bai Wuxuang was shocked to death when he saw the change in Li Lingtian's glabella. To think that there was a powerhouse in this world who cultivated the divine soul attack. By the time he shouted, it was already over. He Wuxuang had already arrived before Li Lingtian, and a ray of light struck He Wuxuang. He Wuxuang spat out a mouthful of blood, and blood flowed from his 7 orifices. His eyes revealed a terrified expression, as if he had seen a ghost. Rumble. With a loud explosion, the dark soul world was broken when He Wuxuang was attacked. The entire hell disappeared, and the sea surface did not change at all, as if everything just now was an illusion. The only change was that He Wuxuang spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were filled with spirit as if he had fallen seriously ill. His entire body was extremely weak, and his face was filled with fear. They were experts in the spiritual world, and no one understood the terror of the spiritual world. The two of them had cultivated in the dark soul world for hundreds of years. They had never thought that they would meet an expert with a terrifying soul and soul consciousness. The eye of the divine soul was undoubtedly the nemesis of the dark soul world. To the dark soul world, it was 1 in a billion chance to encounter its nemesis. Li Lingtian retracted his divine soul's eye. His heart was in turmoil, but everything before his eyes was calm as if nothing had happened. However, the danger was like wandering around the gates of hell. If other experts were tricked into entering the dark soul world that he had just entered, they would never be able to come out. Fortunately, he had mastered the eye of the divine soul, destroyed the dark soul world, and even injured He Wuxuang. All of this seemed to have happened a long time ago, but the real time had only been an instant. Why do you have the eye of the divine soul? Bai Wuxuang looked at Li Lingtian in shock. The outcome of the battle was originally in their hands, but when he saw Li Lingtian trapped in the dark soul world, he felt contempt for him. There were at least 800 experts killed by the dark soul world. He never thought that he would be pecked in the eye by a wild goose after hunting wild geese all day. Powerhouses who cultivated the spiritual world naturally recognized Li Lingtian's eye of the divine soul. The eye of the divine soul was the most terrifying soul attack in the world. I've said before that a mere dark soul world is trash in front of me. Since you're here, then stay. Li Lingtian said coldly. With a flick of his divine consciousness, he activated the divine dragon ring, and the silver-winged flying dragon appeared in the air. The shocking demonic power pressure shocked Black and White Wuxuang once again. He did not expect that this young man not only had the eye of the divine soul, but also a powerful 6th-tiered demonic beast. You hold him back. I'll kill him first. Li Lingtian transmitted his consciousness to the silver-winged flying dragon. The silver-winged flying dragon that had cultivated the true dragon's body barrier and had its body tempered by dragon energy was now a true dragon. Moreover, they could communicate with Li Lingtian, but outsiders would not know what they were talking about. Roar. With a shocking roar, the seawater in the sea area surged up, as if the world had been destroyed. Black and White Peerless was shocked by the roar. Li Lingtian was the same as well. He cursed in his heart. Why are you shouting so loudly? The silver-winged flying dragon pounced directly at Bai Wuxuang. Level 6 was equivalent to a first-level martial venerable. Facing Bai Wuxuang, who was a second-level martial venerable, he lost in terms of realm. However, the silver-winged flying dragon was a true dragon, the king of all demons, and the king of the sky. In addition, he had cultivated the dragon clan's cannon and grasped the dragon chi. His strength was different. Even if he was not a match for a second-stage Supreme Realm expert, he would not be defeated. Die. Li Lingtian's body flashed. Naturally, he would not allow Black and White Wushuang to join forces to attack the silver-winged flying dragon. Ice, fire, and 9 heavens were unleashed in an instant. The third heaven, extermination. The destructive light beam shot out with the power of tyrannical extinction. Its target was He Wushuang. This He Wushuang was injured by his divine soul's sight. The injuries on his body were nothing much, but the injuries on his divine sense were more terrifying than anything else. He wanted the silver-winged flying dragon to hold Bai Wushuang back while he killed the injured He Wushuang. Then, he would join forces to kill Bai Wushuang. The world is spinning. Naturally, Black and White Wushuang had seen through Li Lingtian's plan. Black Wushuang was about to unleash his attack to kill the silver-winged flying dragon, but his expression changed when he saw the power of Li Lingtian's attack. This destructive light beam was even more terrifying than the divine soul eye. After the divine sense was attacked, the soul was damaged. It was not as easy to use attacks and treasures as before. He did not dare to face this attack easily anymore. When the forbidden attack was unleashed, the entire sea area was turned upside down. A destructive forbidden attack was hurled at Li Lingtian. Rumble. With a shocking explosion, the Black-White Peerless, the silver-winged flying dragon, and Li Lingtian were drowned by the seawater. The seawater rose to a height of 1,000 meters. The destructive force of the seawater kept hitting Li Lingtian. With a flash, he was already floating in the air. The silver-winged flying dragon and Bai Wushuang were also fighting at high speed. The silver-winged flying dragon had also pulled away from the battle. As for He Wushuang, blood was flowing out of the corner of his mouth, and his face was pale. The attack earlier was not enough to hurt him, but the injury he received from Li Lingtian earlier was fatal. Now, in front of the ice, fire, 9 heavens, he was powerless to resist. Flying dragon strength. Li Lingtian circulated his true essence and circulated dragon energy within his body. 2 wyverns roared out and attacked He Wushuang below. Rumble. With another shocking explosion, the flying dragon disappeared. In Li Lingtian's line of sight, He Wushuang's face was filled with black lines. He was furious, but he could only passively attack. Eye of the Divine Soul. Seeing this, he used the Eye of the Divine Soul again. The speed was beyond imagination. It was even faster than when he first used the Eye of the Divine Soul. This was the only way to kill He Wushuang. In front of a mental attack expert, using the Eye of the Soul was a relatively reckless decision, but it was also the time when one's strength could be best displayed. In a spiritual awareness attack, the strong would win and the weak would lose. However, this time, Li Lingtian did not attack but devoured the opponent's divine consciousness. All, ah. Screams of pain could be heard. Due to the previous injuries, they could not even use their divine perception and could only be devoured by Li Lingtian's Eye of the Divine Soul. Roar. Bai Wushuang was horrified to see Li Lingtian devour He Wushuang's divine consciousness. If this continued, his brother would perish. When Li Lingtian joined forces with the silver-winged flying dragon, he would be doomed as well. However, just as he was about to help, the silver-winged flying dragon roared and a terrifying demonic power smashed over. This demonic power was no longer ordinary power, but dragon energy. Rumble. With a shocking explosion, the seawater churned. Bai Wushuang's eyes revealed a look of horror. This silver-winged flying dragon was actually using dragon chi, the chi of a true dragon. There were no true dragons in this world at all. Where did the true dragon chi come from? This was also something he could not imagine. Everything that happened when they met Li Lingtian today was beyond their imagination. The result of that was that they had been schemed against and had failed miserably. All. With a final weak scream, He Wushuang's eyes became dazed as he looked at the battle in the sky in confusion. Sword howl, heaven and earth. When Li Lingtian saw this, he retracted his divine soul eye and with a flick of his divine consciousness, he swung the Tianyu sword casually. A shocking sword will filled the sea area and a destructive sword ray tore through the air. The space split into two halves, and the sword light landed on He Wuxuang's body without any suspense. He did not even react subconsciously when the sword light arrived. The sound of something being torn apart rang out. Following that, He Wuxuang's entire body was cut into two halves. The sword qi stirred the two halves of his body into pieces and instantly drowned them in the sea. Big brother. When Bai Wuxuang saw his elder brother being killed, he let out a mournful cry. Ignoring the silver-winged flying dragon's attack, he unleashed a devastating attack on Li Lingtian. It was a desperate fight to perish together with him. Chapter 282, Mystic Moon Fire. Thunderclap wings, dodge, spatial imprisonment. Li Lingtian dared not resist when he saw Bai Wuxuang charging at him. With a flash of his thunderclap wings, he cast the space banner and the space distorted. He escaped Bai Wuxuang's divine consciousness and vanished into thin air. Rumble. The seawater surged up like the sky. Bai Wuxuang's attack missed, and he looked at the seawater with his two dazed eyes. He Wuxuang was killed, and his attack missed. Behind him, the silver-winged flying dragon's destructive attack came. Puff. In his daze, the silver-winged flying dragon's attack landed squarely on his back, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, a destructive spatial attack descended like the might of heaven. The wrath of the gods. Li Lingtian shouted coldly as the destructive lightning bolt swooped down and tore the space apart. Ice and fire rings. Bai Wuxuang woke up with a start. The threat of death had already shocked him to the extreme. The expression on his face was incomparably terrified, as if he had seen a ghost. A solemn look appeared in his eyes, and a magical halo appeared. The ring of light blocked the sky, causing the space to tremble. Ice and fire rings? When Li Lingtian saw the halo and heard Bai Wuxuang's voice, his heart skipped a beat. The divine wrath's attack weakened rapidly. Wasn't this ice and fire ring the same as his ice and fire ring? Boom! Even if the attack of God's wrath was weakened, this attack was still destructive. The ice and fire halo trembled as it blocked the attack of God's wrath from the heavens. However, the ice and fire halo was also beaten back to its original state. Ice flame. Li Lingtian's heart raced. If he were to use a shocking attack, Bai Wuxuang would definitely use the ice-fire halo to block it. He was interested in this halo and would regret it if it was damaged. The ice flame was the only one that did not possess offensive power. However, it had the power to burn and devour, as well as the power to freeze. When the ice flame was used, the entire sea area quickly froze. However, there was a destructive temperature on the surface of the sea. Swoosh. A light sound, like a breeze, drifted past. A fist-sized ball of ice flame shot towards Bai Wuxuang. Tisk. Seeing the arrival of the ice flame, Bai Wuxuang was also extremely shocked. When he encountered such a flame, he could only scatter it, or he would be finished. However, after the destructive attack, the icy flame did not disappear at all. Instead, it quickly surged towards Bai Wuxuang. The ice flame immediately burned Bai Wuxuang's body, and the magical power of burning and freezing continued to erode his true essence and mind. Mystic moon fire, sacrifice. A blood-colored crescent flame appeared. Immediately, the two flames collided. Li Lingtian's heart trembled when he saw the flame. The mystic moon flame was the most mysterious flame of the underworld. It was extremely mysterious and wasn't as domineering as the Nine Suns sacred flame, as strange as the icy ice flame, or as vicious as the Empyrean demon flame. However, it was mysteriously gentle. However, this gentleness was only for refining it. It could fuse with all things in the world and could also destroy all things in the world. The mystic moon fire was rarely seen because the underworld only existed in legends. He did not expect Bai Wuxuang to have mastered the mystic moon fire. Chi chi, chi chi. Above the sea, the two flames were constantly chasing and colliding with each other. For a moment, there was no change in the outcome. Bai Wuxia was also shocked when he saw that his mystic moon fire had been entangled. He naturally understood the power of the mystic moon fire, but he did not expect that someone would use fire to fight against the mystic moon fire. Li Lingtian was extremely excited as he watched the clash between the mystic moon flame and the ice flame. If the two flames continued like this, one of them would definitely devour the other. However, he did not wish for such a thing to happen. Even if the ice flame devoured the mystic moon flame, he did not want to see it. If the mystic moon flame devoured the ice flame, he would also be in danger. He activated the heaven and earth creation cauldron with his divine consciousness. He pointed at the cauldron with his magic art, and the heaven and earth creation cauldron emitted a silver-white light. Yes. With a soft shout, the light enveloped the mystic moon fire. Instantly, two raging flames were pulled into the heaven-earth creation cauldron. At that moment, the icy frost flame had already separated. Li Lingtian pointed with one hand and the icy frost flame shot toward Bai Wuxia. The mystic moon fire disappeared and entered the heaven and earth creation cauldron. Before Bai Wuxia could react, his mystic moon fire was taken away. He was instantly shocked, but before he could be shocked, the icy ice flame had already arrived in front of him. All. With a shrill scream, the icy frost flame enveloped Bai Wuxia, turning him into an ice sculpture. His entire body was being refined by the icy frost flame. His true essence was rapidly flowing away, and his blood essence was also constantly burning. Tisk. With a final soft sound, the ice flame floated in the air. Bai Wuxia had been completely burned by the ice flame and finally melted into the sea. Li Lingtian was neither happy nor excited about the death of the two revered martial artists because he knew that his cultivation base was not enough to fight against a revered martial artist. Killing two Supreme Realm experts required careful planning, luck, and various heaven-defying skills and treasures. Only he could understand the danger involved. If he was not careful, he would be safe again. Following Wu Zun was like dancing on the tip of a knife. His divine sense moved and quickly locked onto the storage bags and treasures of the two Supreme Realm experts. Li Lingtian was still concerned about the ice-fire halo. He wondered how it was different from his own. After all, ice and fire elemental treasures were extremely rare, and now, the two treasures had the same name. With the two storage bags in hand, he flew onto the silver-winged flying dragon and quickly flew into the distance. In the blink of an eye, the silver-winged flying dragon disappeared into the horizon. Pingyang City, Ping Family. The territory under the jurisdiction of Pingyang City was the size of 5 green continents. Below Pingyang City, there were more than 10 cities of different sizes. Each of these cities was several times larger than the capitals of the 3 great empires of Green Continent. The Ping family was the emperor of Pingyang City. Although they did not claim the title of emperor, the entire Pingyang City was under their control. There were no external forces in Pingyang City. All the forces belonged to the Ping family. Only some foreign martial artists were here to shine or trade. Even if they came here, they would be under the jurisdiction and restrictions of the Ping family. Furthermore, the Ping family was the only one here and controlled the resources of Pingyang City. Originally, the Ping family was the #1 family in Pingyang City. No one dared to provoke the Ping family. However, on this day, a Supreme Realm expert of the Ping family was killed within 50,000 miles of the Ping family. Moreover, the heavenly jewels of the 2 supreme revered martial artists that he had sent out had also shattered. Impudent! How dare you provoke my Ping family? What do you think my Ping family is? You even killed my Ping family's experts in our territory. The Ping family will be irreconcilable with you. Fang Tian was furious. As the leader of the Ping family, his cultivation had reached the 3rd level of the Supreme Realm. The Ping family had dominated Pingyang City for countless years. Even if their power was not as strong as before, they still had 26 martial honors and hundreds of martial emperors. He was unparalleled in Pingyang City. He did not expect someone to kill 3 Supreme Realm experts so close to the Ping family. This was the first time in 10,000 years that something like this had happened. It was a disgrace to the Ping family. Patriarch, this matter cannot be underestimated. He dared to kill the Ping family's people in the Ping family's territory, and he was so close to the Ping family. In less than 5 minutes, he killed 3 revered martial artists. One can imagine the cultivation and strength of the other party. Ping Xiaotian pondered for a moment. His cultivation was considered one of the top existences in the Ping family. He was also a 3rd-level Supreme Realm expert. When the Ping family encountered a disaster, even if there was some unhappiness between them, he would temporarily put it aside. In the past, they had always competed with Fang Tian for the position of the family head. The two of them had always been at odds, but now, there was no gap at all. That's right. Even if there's a difference of 2 heavens between them, they won't die so easily in a Supreme Realm battle. Not to mention the Wuxia brothers. Although they are at the 2nd level of the Supreme Realm, none of us are their match. With their strength, skills, and cultivation techniques, even a level 4 Supreme Realm expert would be fooled, let alone a level 2 or level 3 Supreme Realm expert. Ping Longtian agreed with Ping Xiaotian's words. He was also extremely shocked. 3 revered martial artists of the Ping family were killed within a few minutes. Everyone felt uneasy. If it were them, they would also be killed if they encountered such a super expert. Moreover, if the Ping family's tens of thousands of years of foundation were to vanish into thin air, they would not have the face to see their ancestor even if they died. Now was the time to unite, or else they would be defeated one by one. The Ping family might seem like a giant, but once they were slowly eroded, they would also become a group of ants. However, you're courting death if you cause trouble in the Ping family's territory. No matter who it is, they have to pay the price for provoking the Ping family. 7th brother, you are good at tracking and movement techniques. I will leave this matter to you. Fang Tian pondered for a while. As the head of the family, he had to think for the family. Now that the Ping family was in trouble, he naturally could not let the Ping family's reputation be tarnished. As he spoke, he looked at a blue-clad middle-aged man in the hall. The blue-clad middle-aged man's expression did not change at all. He had a completely zombie face. Don't worry, family head. Although my strength is not as good as Wuxia and the others, I'm confident in my ability to escape. Leave this matter to me. I'll kill him to prove the dignity of my Ping family. Ping Hao stood up and cupped his fists at Fang Jingji. Then, he said a few words before turning around and walking out of the hall. It seemed slow, but it was actually fast. Every step seemed to cross a world. In 2 steps, he disappeared from the hall. Although it seemed that Ping Hao was leaving step by step, no one could see how he left. There was no fluctuation in the space. Instantly, the expressions of the 20 over Supreme Realm experts in the hall changed continuously. They were also extremely surprised by Ping Hao's cultivation. Ping Hao's cultivation had long reached the peak of the 2nd heaven, but he had not broken through all these years. Instead, he had practiced his movement technique to the extreme. Chapter 283, Wind Martial Spirit Expert. Li Lingtian maintained a calm expression on his face as he flew, but his heart was in turmoil. If he went back like this, he would definitely be hunted down. At that time, he would not be able to stay in Moonrise City. If he provoked such a super family, he would be hunted down. Just now was an example. He had killed Ping Haoji, but in less than 10 minutes, he was chased down by the other party. It was unknown what kind of secret technique he used to travel at this speed. Otherwise, he would not have crossed a distance of 20,000 to 30,000 miles in such a short period of time. After flying for a day, they finally left the sea area. However, Li Lingtian sensed that he might be targeted as soon as he left the sea area. All martial artists had this feeling, and it was also based on the so-called sixth sense. What a terrifying movement technique and speed. Li Lingtian was secretly alarmed. Although he could sense that someone was watching him, he could not locate the other party. Furthermore, no matter how he tried to dodge, he could not escape from the stalking. Even if he used the thunderclap wings and the spatial banner, he would not be able to shake off the other party's tracking. More importantly, the other party did not use his divine sense to lock onto him. If he was still so powerful without using his divine sense to lock onto him, one could imagine how powerful the other party was. As time passed, Li Lingtian felt extremely depressed. If this continued, his whereabouts would be known by the Ping clan. By then, he would be safe once a few powerful revered martial artists joined forces to kill him. Swoosh. His body flashed and he quickly flew towards the direction of the sea. This time, he wasn't heading back, but in another direction. This direction was the depths of the sea. This was the only thing he could do now. If he were to enter the land within a few million miles would be the Ping family's territory. At that time, he would be targeted by billions of martial artists, and his whereabouts would be controlled by the Ping family at all times. Although it was dangerous in the sea realm, there were not so many experts chasing after them. At the very least, martial artists below the martial arts grandmaster level did not have the ability to pursue them. After all, the sea area was filled with danger. Even the powerful martial emperors and martial supremes did not dare to underestimate the sea area. There were countless sea beasts, unknown dangers, and natural storms and thunderstorms. These wouldn't pose a threat to warriors outside, but in the sea area, these storms and thunderstorms would become the murderers of warriors. He's actually flying into the depths of the sea. Is he really not afraid of death? In the air, a surprised voice muttered to itself, and then a blue-clothed middle-aged man strangely appeared in the air. However, this figure was very blurry. It was like a wisp of air, and his entire person was one with the world. As he watched Li Lingtian's back, the surprise on Ping Hao's face intensified. He pondered for a moment before casting a spell. A pitch-black wooden token appeared in front of him. When the spell was cast on the wooden token, it emitted a trace of obscure aura. Pass it on. Following that, Ping Hao kept muttering something, but no sound came out. Instead, it was transmitted into the wooden token. After the transmission was completed, he took out a drop of blood essence and fused it into the wooden token. The wooden token suddenly came alive and twisted. Gradually, the pitch-black wooden token turned into air and disappeared. With a flash of his body, he quickly flew into the distance. In the sea, it was the most difficult to follow a master. Because of the aura of countless sea beasts in the sea, the concealment of the sea water, and the storm, the aura of the person being followed was easily diluted. Li Lingtian waved his hand and a large spaceship floated in the air. In a flash, he floated up and the flying ship quickly flew into the distance. In the sea, if there was no flying ship to rest, even a martial monarch realm expert would be drowned in the sea. With a flying ship, it would only consume spirit stones, not true essence or mental energy. Healy. Li Lingtian chuckled. Since he was being followed, he would be able to take out his spaceship brazenly in the ocean. This way, he could preserve his spirit and quintessential essence. On the spaceship, Li Lingtian laid leisurely on a chair and enjoyed the scenery of the sea, its vastness and surging waves. The spiritual energy in this sea area was extremely dense, and the sky was blue. You're playing tricks with me. Ping Hao watched as Li Lingtian leisurely enjoyed his flying ship while he had to hide. His body flashed and turned into a gust of wind. He disappeared into the wind. They followed the spaceship from 100 miles away, afraid that Li Lingtian would notice them. For half a day, Li Lingtian remained lying on the ground. His divine consciousness had locked down a 10-mile radius to prevent the martial honor from making a move. However, half a day had passed and Li Lingtian was smiling in his heart. It was time for him to make his move. Half a day's time, even if the other party didn't use up his true qi, it would have worn down his spirit. Anyone who followed him for half a day would be furious. Rumble, dot swoosh, swoosh. A middle-grade spirit stone entered the power source of the flying ship. Immediately, the flying ship let out a rumbling sound and quickly shot into the distance. Li Lingtian's speed had more than doubled compared to the beginning, and his aura had become even thinner. Ping Hao, who was at the back, was stunned when he saw Li Lingtian's spaceship accelerating. At this moment, the space distorted. Ping Hao was confused when he saw this distortion. However, just as he was feeling puzzled, a destructive attack came at him at an extremely fast speed. It was only 100 meters away. Ping Hao's expression changed drastically at this speed and distance. He could not imagine that this trace of spatial distortion was caused by a martial artist, because there were very few experts in this world who could control space. If a martial artist teleported, there would also be spatial fluctuations. However, the distortion just now did not have the slightest aura or fluctuation. This puzzled him. By the time he reacted, the attack had already arrived in front of him. Split! Ping Hao shouted. Facing such an attack, there was no way he could block it. If he was prepared, he would not have taken it to heart. His true essence moved, and the sound of the wind rang out. His entire person disappeared, drifting in the air like a breeze. Boom! A shocking explosion sounded, and the air trembled. The attack missed. Not good. Li Lingtian was astonished to see that his opponent was able to dodge his sneak attack so easily. Seeing the other party disappear, a bad feeling appeared in his heart. Just as he shouted, a destructive aura swept over from the surroundings at an unimaginable speed. Thunderclap wings. The thunderclap wings flashed, but it was already too late. This destructive aura swept over from all directions. Before he could dodge, the destructive attack struck his body. The air was like a sharp blade, and the light shield of the true dragon was cut in the blink of an eye. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fell into the sea. Storm. A gloomy voice sounded in the sky, and a storm swirled down into the sea. The whirlwind formed a 100-meter-wide tornado that quickly crashed down on the spot where Li Lingtian had fallen. Even the sea was whirling. Chi-chi, chi-chi. The storm in the vortex was even more terrifying than a sharp blade. Without the light shield of the true dragon's body protection, the wind directly tore through his body. Even if he cultivated the true dragon's body protection, his physique was incomparably strong. However, in front of this strong wind, there was no resistance at all. The strong wind was everywhere and there was nothing to resist. Ice soul, martial soul. 1,000 miles of ice. Li Lingtian's body continued to tear apart. He was horrified as he circulated his true essence to the maximum and unleashed his ice soul, martial soul. A domineering 1,000 miles of ice blasted downwards. Above was the destructive storm vortex, and below was the sea water. It was even more domineering and advantageous to freeze 1,000 miles in the sea water. Suddenly, a shocking cold air surged out from the sea, instantly forming a huge glacier. He quickly sank into the glacier. 3,000 weak waters, shapeless. He chanted the movement incantation, and his body passed through the glacier and entered the sea again. The glacier was quickly crushed by the storm. The moment Li Lingtian left the glacier was completely crushed as well. He disappeared into the sea as if he had turned into seawater. In the air, Ping Hao's body appeared strangely, and he had a surprised look on his face. The storm he had cast had not killed his opponent, and he had actually disappeared without a trace. The 1,000 miles of ice instantly formed a glacier that was several miles wide. This way, it blocked the speed of his storm attack. The wind element was known for its speed, and its attacks were also known for their speed. Moreover, the wind element was omnipresent, and it was a mysterious attribute outside of the 5 elements. The clouds were formless, and the wind was unfixed. The martial souls of the divine martial continent came in all kinds of shapes and sizes. At the same time, they were extremely magical and unpredictable. Looking at the seawater, he quickly extended his divine sense. A mere martial arts grandmaster was actually so arrogant in front of a martial honor. Even though the two of them had only exchanged blows for a split second, Ping Hao had already figured out Li Lingtian's cultivation realm. He was shocked beyond words that a martial arts grandmaster could be so powerful. In the depths of the sea, Li Lingtian did not dare to make a single move. He did not dare to reveal his aura or true essence. This powerful martial honor's cultivation base was not inferior to black and white wuxuangs. The last time he killed black and white wuxuang, it was luck. His divine soul eyes had exceeded their expectations, which was why he restrained them. Now, he had no advantage at all. Even his sneak attack had not succeeded. Just like that, the two of them stayed in the depths of the sea and in the sky. Neither of them left and continued to waste time. True dragon body protection. Flying dragon's strength. As time passed, Li Lingtian thought of countless ideas, but he rejected them one by one. In the end, he thought of the dragon energy. The dragon energy belonged to the demon energy. If he used the dragon energy, he might be able to fool the other party. At the same time, the silver-winged flying dragon appeared in front of him and quickly swam into the distance. He was surprised again, but he didn't attack immediately. As the aura below was demonic power, he extended his divine consciousness downwards. A gigantic demonic beast was swimming around, but there was no trace of Li Lingtian's aura. Chapter 284, Wind God Blade. At this moment, another wave of demonic energy appeared. The two waves of demonic energy were in opposite directions. Rumble. The seawater that was gradually calming down suddenly exploded. A destructive demonic energy shot into the sky and struck Ping Hao in the air. The seawater surged into the sky, and the demonic power shot toward Ping Hao along with a silver light. Damn it, even the sea beasts are acting so arrogantly in front of me. Ping Hao felt the destructive demonic power and immediately became anxious. He did not dare to be careless when facing such a sea beast. Moreover, this sea beast was a sixth-tier existence, equivalent to a martial honor. Roar. Boom. The silver-winged flying dragon roared, and its huge wings brought with them a destructive attack as it bombarded Ping Hao. With a loud explosion, the silver-winged flying dragon retreated, but it didn't land in the sea. Instead, it flew in another direction. It turned its body and charged again. In an instant, two figures flashed in the air, and booming sounds continued. It's not a sea beast, it's a silver-winged flying dragon. Ping Hao finally recognized that the one fighting him was not a sea beast, but a silver-winged flying dragon. The silver-winged flying dragon was not a sea beast, but the king of the air and land. Not good. Ice, fire, 9 heavens, extinction. Wanlo felt that something was wrong. Something was definitely wrong with the appearance of the silver-winged flying dragon here. He then thought that this silver-winged flying dragon should be the demonic beast of that martial arts grandmaster. Not good. He shouted. At the same time, he heard a calm voice. A wave of destruction, death, and extermination aura appeared in the space. A pillar of light shot over like a ray of light from outer space. Wind God Blade. When Ping Hao saw this pillar of light and the aura of extermination in the air, he was extremely shocked. He waved his hands in the air and chanted the incantation. Immediately, the storm in the world quickly gathered together. Sick. A stream of blood essence fused in the air, and the storm became even more violent. Moreover, it carried a terrifying aura that could destroy everything. The storm quickly formed a huge blade of light that was 100 meters wide. The blade of light slashed towards the pillar of light. At the same time, traces of blood flowed from the corner of Ping Hao's mouth, and his face was pale and powerless. This attack had already consumed a large amount of vital essence and blood essence. Using such a terrifying wind god blade was only a forced move, and one had to pay a heavy price. Kacha. In the air, the wind god's blade clashed with the light beam. The wind god's blade split the light beam apart and the huge light blade slashed at Li Lingtian. However, when the light blade split the light beam in half, the light beam erupted with an even more violent aura of extermination. The light beam merged again and ruthlessly bombarded Ping Hao. Puff! The two of them spat out a mouthful of blood at the same time. They did not expect that their powerful trump cards could not destroy the other party. Instead, they injured themselves. Bang! At this moment, a muffled sound rang out in the air. The silver-winged flying dragon's huge wings flapped on Ping Hao's back, and he quickly fell towards the sea. What was left behind was a bloody mist. With an explosion, the sea area rippled, and Ping Hao fell into the sea area. Boom! The silver-winged flying dragon also entered the sea area and charged toward Ping Hao. Li Lingtian activated his divine consciousness and summoned Little White and the jade-eyed beast. The two demonic beasts also entered the sea. The two demonic beasts did not differentiate between the sea and land. After the three beasts entered the sea, he felt more at ease. His body flashed and he returned to the flying ship. He threw a pill into his mouth. He scanned the surroundings with his divine sense and paid attention to Ping Hao's actions. However, there were sounds of explosions below the sea. From time to time, a few figures would soar into the sky and enter the sea. Li Lingtian smiled in his heart when he saw the situation. With a flick of his divine consciousness, a golden light flashed between his brows and the divine array diagram appeared before him. Li Lingtian's hands were constantly waving as his body flashed rapidly. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Within 10 seconds, the divine array diagram was suspended in the air as Li Lingtian swiftly shot toward the sea. Sword howl, heaven and earth. The Tianyu sword was swung out, and a shocking pressure slashed out with a destructive sword light. The target was Ping Hao, who was flying over. A revered martial artist was attacked by three demonic beasts in the sea area, and he was furious. If it was on land, he could eliminate the three demon beasts in a moment. However, in the sea area, he lost his advantage and could only let the demon beasts play with him. At this moment, he was shocked when he saw a destructive sword light slash down. Heavenly wind shield, bang, crash. With a crisp sound, the sword light of the sword howl heaven and earth struck the shield. Then, the shield split into two, and the remaining force knocked Ping Hao down. Damn it! Ping Hao roared in rage. Although this sword light was not fatal, it shook his mind. In a flash, he dashed toward Li Lingtian, ignoring the three demonic beasts behind him. Tisk! In the air, he felt a slight sense of obstruction. Li Lingtian had already disappeared from his sight, and the three demonic beasts behind him were nowhere to be seen. Formation. Ping Hao was extremely shocked. He continuously waved his hands, and destructive attacks bombarded out, causing the air to continuously tremble. Let's go! Li Lingtian shouted at the silver-winged flying dragon and the other demonic beasts before he flew onto the spaceship. This Supreme Realm expert's strength was extremely profound. The martial soul he cultivated was also of the wind attribute. He was simply unable to kill him. In the sea realm, he had no advantage at all. Unless he found an island, built an array formation on the island, and used the obstacles on the island, it would be very difficult to deal with this martial honor. Swoosh! The spaceship flew at high speed, and the space behind it trembled. Ping Hao kept attacking the array. This array was temporarily cast and was not enough to trap a martial honor like Ping Hao. It could only trap him temporarily. As long as he could escape from the search of Wu Zun's divine sense, he would be able to escape from Wu Zun's pursuit. A Supreme Realm expert's divine sense could extend for about 1,000 miles. In other words, it could not be discovered by a Supreme Realm expert beyond 1,000 miles. However, to Li Lingtian's surprise, the air trembled less than 15 minutes after they left. Two figures appeared, an old man in white and a woman in red. Seventh brother's aura is clearly here. There's no aura anywhere else. The white-robed old man revealed a puzzled expression. The two of them had been chasing after him, but their auras had disappeared in this place. He was extremely shocked. Hee, old man, what's going on? The red-robed woman let out a seductive laugh and revealed a smile that made people feel disgusted and thought that she was charming. As he spoke, he looked at the spatial fluctuations in the distance. The space was constantly trembling, and it was getting stronger and stronger. Not good, it's a formation. Ping Yuetian looked at the ripples in the sky and was shocked. He then waved his hands, and a formation plate appeared in his hands. His 10 fingers continuously bounced back, and rays of light appeared. The rays of light quickly bombarded the spatial fluctuations in the distance. Rumble. The light collided with the trembling space, emitting a destructive explosion. The trembling space shattered, and a figure appeared. However, this figure's face was filled with fatigue. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and his entire body was covered in wounds. Seventh brother, why are you trapped inside? Ping Yuetian was shocked when he saw Ping Hao. Although he was curious about the spatial fluctuation, he didn't expect that the person trapped inside was a revered martial artist of his Ping family. As he spoke, his face was filled with anger. When he broke the array formation just now, Ping Hao also suffered a destructive attack. The array formation shattered, and Ping Hao, who was inside the array formation, naturally bore the brunt. I was tricked by him. Ping Hao's face was pale, and there was no more true essence in his body. He thought of that hateful young man who was still furious. A mere martial grandmaster had actually schemed against him. Him? Are you talking about the murderer who killed our Ping family's Wuzong? The red-robed woman was stunned and a hint of fear appeared on her face. Even a few martial honors of the Ping family were killed. Now, her seventh brother was also plotted against. She did not know who the other party was. That's right. It's a young martial arts grandmaster with a silver-winged flying dragon. Ping Hao described Li Lingtian's appearance. He did not feel anything, but Ping Yuetian's expression turned ugly. You said it was a young man, and only a martial arts grandmaster, not good. Hurry up and chase after him. Don't let him leave the sea realm. Otherwise, things will be troublesome. Ping Yuetian's expression kept changing. In the end, he said hurriedly. If he let this young man leave the sea realm, the Ping family wouldn't be able to chase him openly anymore. Ping Hao didn't know this young man, but he knew. Sixth brother, what's wrong? Ping Hao also saw the change in Ping Yuetian's expression. In the Ping family, although his sixth brother didn't like power, his cultivation base was terrifying. Even the family head was no match for him. Now that he had already reached rank 3 Supreme Realm, even Black and White Wushuang might not be able to defeat him with the cultivation techniques and skills he cultivated. Now, he was actually so nervous for a young man. This person is called Li Lingtian. He's a spirit alchemist. His cultivation base is terrifying, but what's even more terrifying is his intelligence. 3 of our Ping family's revered martial artists have already fallen in his hands. I'm afraid that our Ping family will cause trouble, so I'll try my best to kill him in the sea realm first. Ping Yuetian said seriously. If this young man left the sea realm, the Ping family would still hunt him down, and the Ping family would become the successor of the Yan family. The Yan family was worlds apart from the Ping family, but this young man was terrifying. Furthermore, he had the backing of the Queen's Palace and the Wind Moon Palace. That's right. We can't keep the second son alive. If he leaves the sea realm, I'll definitely tear him into pieces. Ping Hao said angrily. He had been ambushed several times and almost died in the array formation. Thinking of this young man made him angry. We can't let him leave the sea realm. He has the Queen's Palace and the Wind Moon Palace behind him. I still don't know what relationship he has with those 2 super forces, but both forces have appeared to help him at the same time. Our Ping family can't afford to offend such forces. Ping Yuetian recounted what happened in Moonrise City some time ago. He was also working in Moonrise City at that time and had witnessed Li Lingtian's methods. Chapter 285, Immortal Spirit Life God Extermination Array. Now that he thought about it, he was a little afraid. He did not know how a martial arts grandmaster had such powerful strength to actually kill 3 martial honors. Moreover, he had even killed Tong Yunfei. He had seen it with his own eyes, so he couldn't find the slightest bit of luck to speak of. It was entirely due to his intelligence, terrifying skills, and treasures. After witnessing Li Lingtian's methods, it was the first time he witnessed a grandmaster killing a revered martial artist. Then all the more we can't let him leave the sea realm. The 3 of us shouldn't split up. This guy is extremely terrifying. There's also a silver-winged flying dragon and 2 little demonic beasts that are extremely strange. After hearing Ping Yuetian's words, Ping Hao was shocked. He didn't expect the young man he met to be so terrifying. He was lucky that he wasn't killed. With that said, the 3 of them quickly flew into the distance. Each of them split up and began to search for the aura left behind by Li Lingtian. Then, the 3 of them gathered together and quickly used the spaceship to fly in a direction. However, after flying for a day, the aura in front of him strangely disappeared. Li Lingtian adjusted his breathing on the spaceship as he steered it. After flying for a full day, no one chased after him. He began to calculate in his heart. If he continued to fly like this, he did not know where he would fly to. Moreover, the sea area was vast and boundless. He had never heard of this sea area before. If he encountered any danger inside, it would not be good. The spaceship flew quickly. Just as he was considering whether to change direction, a huge fog appeared in front of him. It was too late to stop the spaceship. By the time he reacted, the spaceship had already plunged into the thick fog. Upon entering the thick fog, Li Lingtian's face revealed a look of shock. This was because the thick fog had actually blocked his divine consciousness from extending out. He didn't know how big the thick fog was, but he had completely lost his direction. Rumble. Waves of strange thunder continuously sounded. In the sky and sea, waves soared into the sky, and the spaceship kept spinning. Even with his current cultivation, he could not control this flying ship. In this dense fog, he was like a powerless ordinary person. The torrential rain continued to pour, thunder rumbled, and electric arcs flashed. The sky and sea were dark. Rumble. The spaceship was destroyed by a strange vortex force. Li Lingtian's body was suspended in the air, but there was also a vortex force above him. This vortex force was falling toward him fiercely. Puff. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his mind was shaken. Facing such a natural disaster, he had no way to resist at all. His entire body turned cold as he entered the sea. Then, he was sucked down by a suction force and lost all consciousness. The sky was filled with lightning and thunder. It was unknown how long it took before it quieted down. The thick fog disappeared, and the sea area remained unchanged. A broken spaceship was floating on the sea, swaying unsteadily. The entire sea looked extremely strange. Li Lingtian was knocked out. He was peerless in the outside world, so he was not afraid even when facing a martial honor. However, facing this natural disaster, he had no idea what to do. He did not know what to attack or defend against. After some time, Li Lingtian slowly opened his eyes as if he had just woken up. However, when he opened his eyes, he was shocked by what he saw. He became disheartened and looked at himself. He could not move at all. He did not have any injuries on his body, and this place was not in the sea, but on a huge array altar. He had never seen such a powerful array altar before. The array altar was 1,000 meters wide and was covered in mysterious arrays. The array altar flickered with light and looked extremely mysterious. What terrified him was that there were actually dozens of powerful martial honors and martial emperors in front of him. Moreover, each of them was at least a rank 8 martial emperor. There were only 4/5 sect youths. Facing so many experts, wasn't he doomed? However, he gradually discovered a problem. It was extremely quiet here. No, it wasn't silence. It was silence. His body couldn't move, and the other party's face was numb, like a dead person. However, he realized that these experts all had auras, but they couldn't move just like him. Noticing this situation, they temporarily quieted down and couldn't help but carefully observe. There were a total of 79 people on the other side. Among the 79 people, 46 were martial honors, 28 were martial emperors, and 5 were rank for martial grandmasters. His position and the others formed a strange formation. The people in front of him had been here for a long time because there was no expression on their faces, as if their hearts had died. Then, he looked around. The 1,000-meter-wide array altar was surrounded by a huge lawn, but it was surrounded by huge mountains. 4 mountain peaks surrounded this place. No one knew how big or how high the mountain peaks were. Shoo! Li Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief. The powerhouses on the other side were not targeting him, which meant that he would not be killed by dozens of revered martial artists. However, he could not use his true essence and divine sense, nor could he move his fingers. The dense spiritual energy was almost tangible, and there was a faint mysterious aura in the middle. If not for such a strange situation, this place would definitely be a cultivation paradise. As the seconds ticked by, Li Lingtian could no longer calm down even with his ice soul martial soul. This place was too strange and terrifying. There was no sound at all, giving people a sense of oppression. As time passed, he became more and more afraid. He finally understood why it was said that ignorance was bliss. This was because he had seen some clues. This array altar was created by many mysterious arrays. Moreover, he recognized this array formation. He just did not dare to believe or admit it. Immortal spirit life and death formation. Legend had it that in ancient times, there were countless other races besides humans. The fairy clan was one of the best among them. They were favored by the heavens and the earth. They were born with unparalleled handsomeness, controlled wood-type spiritual energy, and were born to be sharpshooters. It was also the kindest race. There was no killing or anger in this race. There was only a peaceful life, which represented peace and kindness. However, countless humans took a fancy to this race and captured the elves of this race as toys. There were fewer and fewer elves. In the end, the Elf King created a divine array. This divine array was the immortal spirit life and death divine array. This array could stop the footsteps of humans. The formation was mystical and unparalleled. It was one of the 4 ancient forbidden formations. Moreover, there was another terrifying formation outside this formation, and that was the 9 Deaths Annihilation formation. Although the 9 Deaths Killing formation was not an ancient forbidden formation, it was evil. 81 humans activated the array. In the end, only one of the 81 humans could survive. Now, the array formation in this place was the Immortal Spirit Life God Extermination Array. Moreover, there were 79 humans here. Including him, there were 80 of them. Only one more was left to activate the array formation automatically. What kind of fucking luck am I in? Li Lingtian cursed in his heart. He had somehow managed to enter such a formation. The experts in front had been here for countless years. Without 81 humans, it was impossible to activate this array. Even if it was activated, only one person could survive. How many people would enter the depths of the sea slowly, and what was the probability of them coming to the front of his unlucky storm? All of this seemed extremely uncertain. However, when he thought of the 79 people in front of him, it seemed that they were not together. He did not expect that there would always be such a group of unlucky people in the world. In other words, he had to wait for the 81st person to be as unlucky as him. After arriving here, he could activate this array formation and he would have to face 80 super experts. Just wait. Li Lingtian smiled bitterly in his heart. He could not circulate his true essence or even move his fingers. he could only be confined in this place. In the beginning, he had been worried that the revered martial artist would catch up, but now, he was looking forward to that guy breaking the array so that he could catch up and be as unlucky as him. Time slowly passed. After an unknown amount of time, Li Lingtian's heart gradually grew numb. Finally, the space trembled, and the trembling became stronger and stronger. Li Lingtian noticed that the faces of the 79 people across him were showing signs of sympathy. Immediately after, 3 figures appeared in front of everyone. The 3 figures appeared at the center of the array altar. When the 3 figures appeared, the expressions of the others did not change, as if they were used to it. However, Li Lingtian's expression changed drastically. The 3 of them did have an opponent, but there were 2 more now. Judging from the trio's appearance, they should be together. Rumble. To everyone's surprise, after the 3 of them appeared in the center, a destructive true essence strangely appeared in the air. The quintessential essence split into 2 and instantly, 2 of them fell down without any resistance. One of them, the lady in red, was reduced to ashes while the other, Li Lingtian's opponent Ping Hao, was reduced to ashes. Everyone was stunned. This was the first time they had seen someone being erased in this place. As expected, Li Lingtian was shocked when he saw the 2 revered martial artists being turned into ashes in an instant. However, he was even more afraid that the array was just as he had imagined. 81. 1 more would kill 1, and 2 more would kill a pair. Only 81 would remain. Chi chi, chi chi. Above the array altar, a shocking light flashed. The array altar spun rapidly as if the end of the world had arrived. The 9 deadly slaughter formation. Within 10 days, those who survive will return here. Only 1 person can survive here. This is the only way out. Otherwise, after 10 days, you will stay here forever. An ancient voice sounded. This voice was mechanical and emotionless. Rumble. As soon as he finished speaking, the array altar seemed to have reversed. Everyone was thrown out by a mysterious aura. Chapter 286, Heaven and Earth Throne. Li Lingtian's body was thrown into the distance before he fell heavily to the ground. He didn't have the slightest strength in his body, and his true essence was exhausted. His divine sense was also suppressed. Fuck, what is this place? He could no longer find the array altar here, nor did he know where it was because he was in a dense forest. The trees here were all 100 meters tall and extremely sturdy. They looked completely like they had been in ancient times. His divine sense could not extend too far. He could only use his eyes. At this moment, he was just an ordinary person. He smiled. Although he couldn't extend his divine sense too far, he could control his treasures. With a flick of his divine sense, a jade bottle appeared in his hand. After that, he threw the heaven-defying pill into his mouth, and the Jin Yuan that had disappeared returned to his body. With Jin Yuan, he could do some cruel things. There were 81 people here, but only 1 person could survive. No matter what, he had to face all the experts. There was only life and death here. There was no benevolence, righteousness, and morality. There was only slaughter. His body flashed as he carefully flew into the distance. No matter what, he had to find the direction first. Otherwise, he would not even know the direction and would not be able to return to the array altar. However, what shocked him was that he didn't know how big this place was. It was just like the hidden dragon island that he had adventured in the past. His body flashed as he quickly flew in a certain direction. After searching for a long time, he finally found a safe place to rest and plunged into a hidden cave. He began to cultivate. Although he did not have any injuries on his body, he had not carefully taken care of the battle with Ping Hao. Moreover, after being confined on the array altar, he did not know if his body had changed. If he could not completely control his body, he would not be able to feel at ease during the battle. After staying in the cave for half a day, a relieved look appeared on his face. He then called Whitey out and carefully left the cave to look for an opponent. In this place, he had to kill the other party in order to have a chance to survive. Apart from the fact that his divine consciousness could not be extended too far, everything else was normal in this place. Li Lingtian had already made up his mind. Facing so many experts, he might as well search for treasures inside. Wouldn't he be treating himself as a fool if he wanted to court death? Since there was only one person who could come back alive, he would just have to protect himself. Thinking of this, he flew at a moderate speed. Whether he would die in this place or not, he had to find that array altar. Otherwise, he would not even be able to return to the array altar. Whoosh! The air trembled as a ray of light descended from the sky. The light was like a sun. Li Lingtian was taken aback. Although his divine consciousness could not extend too far, he could still tell a warrior's cultivation. The old man who attacked was a 6th-level martial emperor. He had a slim chance of survival. There was no reason to kill in this place because there was no reason to kill. If there was a reason, it would be to let him live. In fact, whether it was here or elsewhere, he killed people for the sake of his own survival. One don't know if he's dead or alive. Li Lingtian waved his hand and unleashed a tyrant's fist. It was a casual strike, but it carried the respect of a transcendent. Rumble. With a dull thud, the light and fist force vanished. Just as the two attacks vanished, a foot-long jade ruler appeared in Li Lingtian's hand. With a wave of the jade ruler, a dazzling light slashed out. With a muffled grunt, the dazzling light slashed fiercely on the old man's body. There was no suspense at all. The old man's eyes were filled with fear and then turned into ashes. A ray of multicolored light appeared between his brows and the elder fell to the ground unwillingly. Li Lingtian walked up to him step by step and retrieved a storage pouch from the elder before flying off into the distance without any hesitation. In the 10 days, Li Lingtian rested for half a day. He did not dare to stop for even a moment as he began to search for the 4 mountains. This place was extremely blurry, and only 4 mountains could be used as coordinates. On the 3rd day, Li Lingtian saw 4 mountains. Along the way, he had killed several martial emperors and a martial honor. He didn't want to waste time here. Rather than taking risks, he might as well study the array altar. After passing through the mountain, he safely returned to the array altar. There was no one on the array altar now. Li Lingtian slowly walked toward the array altar and scanned it with his divine consciousness. Currently, his divine consciousness could only extend 100 meters. It took him a full 10 minutes to finish sizing up the 1,000-meter-wide array altar. Originally, he could finish reading it with a single glance. However, he was not looking at this array altar now. Instead, he wanted to understand the array formation on it and think of a way to break this array altar. After a long time, Li Lingtian stood at the center of the array altar with a grave expression on his face. This array altar was the immortal spirit life exterminating god array. Only by destroying this array altar could they leave this place. He had been here for a few days, but he still did not know if he was above or below the sea. Divine array diagram, sacrifice. Li Lingtian activated his divine consciousness and cast the divine array diagram. Then, he cast a series of magic arts and array formations of various sizes floated in the air. Sick. After an hour, Li Lingtian's expression turned grave as he cast the final incantation gesture. The spell landed on the array altar. Instantly, the array altar trembled and countless lights flashed. It was at this moment that all the light beams were hurled toward Li Lingtian. The light on the array altar was so fast that even with Li Lingtian's reflexes and speed, he could not dodge or block it in time. His entire body was thrown into the air before he landed on the array altar again. He spat out a mouthful of blood. The light continued, but it was not as terrifying. Li Lingtian felt depressed. He knew that this divine array could not be broken. He activated the divine dragon ring with his divine sense again. To his surprise, when the divine dragon ring was opened, an item in the ring moved. Although the movement was small, Li Lingtian noticed it. Moreover, the moment this item shook, the light on the array altar also trembled, as if they were sensing each other. Heaven-Earth Throne. Li Lingtian was shocked. This item was not bad. He had found it when he obtained the freezing meteorite and the 10 millennium frost iron. Under the array altar at the bottom of the sea, a peerless expert was suppressed. The expert had turned into a golden skeleton, a token, a divine spark, and the limitless feather coat. He could not refine this limitless feather coat at all. He had used countless methods, but he could not refine it. Even if he had used his blood essence, he still could not refine it. If he could refine this limitless feather coat, his defense would increase by a large margin. He would be able to withstand the attacks of experts below the 5th level of the Martial Emperor realm. He didn't expect that the token of the Heaven and Earth Throne would move at this time. In the past, he also knew that this token was not simple. It should be the symbol of the king of some race. However, he did not associate it with this array altar. Noticing this situation, he used his divine sense and took out the token of the Heaven and Earth Throne. Rather than calling it a token, it was more like the jade seal seen on television in his previous life, the jade seal used by the emperor. As soon as the Heaven and Earth Throne appeared, the light on the array altar trembled even more violently. The Heaven and Earth Throne also automatically emitted a faint light. The light was connected to each other. Crash. With a crashing sound, a 7-colored light appeared in the center of the array altar. The light was extremely gentle. Li Lingtian's body was engulfed by the light as he was teleported away in a strange manner. This feeling was completely different from the previous teleportations. At least, he did not feel dizzy at all. During the teleportation, the Heaven and Earth Throne flew toward them. There was a trace of Li Lingtian's aura in the Heaven and Earth Throne. The last time he obtained this, he had refined it after he returned, but he could not refine it either. He could not even erase the aura inside. He could only leave his aura inside. That way, at least he could easily grab it. With a single hand, the Heaven and Earth Throne returned to his hand. After an unknown period of time, a cool breeze blew across his face. The 7-colored light in front of him disappeared, and a large hall appeared in front of him. Beneath his feet was an array altar that was flashing with light. The array altar was emitting a mysterious aura. At the edge of the array altar, 9 white-haired elders sat cross-legged. They did not move at all, just like statues. Li Lingtian was stunned when he saw this. The 9 old men were all filled with extremely dense wood-type spiritual energy. Without any true essence, they were like the source of wood-type spiritual energy. Just as they were wondering how to greet each other, the 9 old men opened their eyes at the same time. The 9 elders moved in unison without any prior order. They stood up at the same time and sized up Li Lingtian with a sharp gaze. Gradually, curiosity began to show in their eyes. How did you break the immortal spirit life god exterminating formation? The 9 old men asked at the same time. Their voices were uniform, as if they were talking to one person. Li Lingtian felt his scalp tingle. There were 9 of them, not just one. Why were their movements exactly the same? Do you recognize this? Li Lingtian's expression did not change at all, but his heart was in turmoil as he forced himself to remain calm. He didn't know how strong the other party was, but since he came here, he must have something to do with that array. Moreover, the 9 elders had spoken first. Looking at the 9 elders, it seemed like they hadn't spoken for a long time. Thinking about how he still had the Heaven and Earth Throne in his hands, he took it out and slowly raised it. He looked at the 9 elders, wanting to see what changes they had. But what happened next made him confused. Lord Divine Lord. When the 9 elders saw the Heaven and Earth Throne in Li Lingtian's hand, they were stunned for a moment before their faces were filled with fear. This fear was mixed with respect and love. As if they had seen their ancestors, the 9 of them knelt on one knee and did not dare to raise their heads. Chapter 287, Immortal Spirit Realm. Li Lingtian was stunned. Was the heaven and earth throne token that powerful? He really couldn't understand why the 9 old men would bow so respectfully. This is how I came in. Is there a problem? Looking at the 9 elders before him, Li Lingtian quickly calmed himself down. This place was still terrifying. The 9 Deaths Annihilation Array and the Immortal Spirit Life Annihilation Array were both there. He would be courting death if he stayed in this place. He had to think of a way to leave first. When these elders saw the appearance of this token, they must be afraid of the owner of this token. As he spoke, he waved the heaven and earth throne in his hand and smiled confidently. May I ask, young master, how did you meet the divine master? Young master must have a lot of things to understand. Young master, please come in. One of the white-haired elders had many questions in his mind when he saw Li Lingtian's expression. He then bowed to Li Lingtian and made an inviting gesture. Out of the 9 elders, 1 remained to guard the array altar while the other 8 led Li Lingtian into the distance. Along the way, Li Lingtian finally got to know the place better. The place was like an otherworldly paradise. The rich spirit qi was like a legendary paradise. There was no killing intent at all. There was laughter everywhere and even some demonic beasts were eating grass. Li Lingtian was speechless. As they walked, the 8 white-haired elders introduced the place. This place was the Immortal Spirit Realm, which was also the legendary fairy clan. The 9 elders were also the guardian priests of this generation. Even their names were strange. They were called Spirit 1, Spirit 2, and the youngest was called Spirit 9. Soon, the 8 elders brought Li Lingtian to a palace. The palace was built with trees and the trees were alive. It was filled with colorful flowers and flowers. Countless fairies lived around the palace, and the entire city of fairies was as big as the city of heavenly dragons. However, there were not many people inside. Moreover, these buildings were all made of trees. The spiritual qi inside was also very dense and the aura was incomparably fresh. He had finally seen the real elves. There were big elves and small elves. The small elves were only the size of a baby, and the other elves were no different from humans. The only difference was that these elves were all handsome, and the female elves were extremely beautiful. The arrival of an outsider like Li Lingtian was a novel sight to behold. Young master, please. Spirit 1 called Li Lingtian over to the seat that symbolized the throne in the palace. Finally, the rest of them retreated and sat on the seats on both sides. He looked expectant. He wanted to know where the god lord of the elf clan had gone. For countless years, there had been no news or whereabouts of the god lord. I don't know who plotted against the divine master. About a year ago, one entered the bottom of a sea. A heavenly frost meteorite weighing billions of kilograms was suppressing an array altar. There was a shocking divine qi under the array altar. When one entered, I found the remains of the God Lord. This token also flew into my hands, along with the God Lord's limitless feather coat and the God Lord's remains. I didn't want the God Lord's remains to sink into the sea, so I brought them back. I'll take care of it, Li Lingtian said calmly. He then activated the divine dragon ring with his divine consciousness and a golden skeleton appeared in the palace. Upon hearing Li Lingtian's words, the elders' expressions changed drastically. They did not expect that the divine master's disappearance countless years ago was a plot. If young master hadn't activated the array altar, the God Lord would have disappeared into the sea forever. Looking at the golden skeleton that appeared in the sky, Spirit 1 pointed with one hand and cast a spell. The golden skeleton appeared deep in the mountains, and immediately, the golden skeleton emitted a shocking divine qi with a trace of pure spiritual qi. Spirit 1 nodded, and the other 7 old men knelt down and kowtowed to the golden skeleton respectfully. Lord Divine Master. The 8 elders revealed a trace of sorrow on their faces. The only God Lord of the fairy clan had actually been plotted against. Since young master is able to meet the God Lord, it is also an opportunity for young master and the God Lord. There is a destiny. The throne of heaven and earth is in young master's hands, so we can rest assured. In the future, the elves will unite and find the person who harmed the God Lord. Please rest first, young master. With the appearance of young master, Her Highness will not fall asleep. Following that, Spirit One roughly explained everything about the immortal spirit realm to Li Lingtian. When he saw Li Lingtian's tired face, he left with his men. Li Lingtian was left alone in the palace with a puzzled look on his face. Spirit One had said that this palace was where the Divine Master lived, and there was a side hall behind it. What princess? Li Lingtian was puzzled. He had come to this place for no reason. A golden skeleton was the God Lord, and there was a princess in deep sleep. Wasn't this a legendary story? The elves were interesting, but leaving was also a problem. He had to think of a way to protect himself first. Thinking of this, he walked towards the back. Although this place was a palace, according to Spirit One, this place was also where the God Lord lived. Behind them was the bedroom. The elves all worshipped nature, and the place they lived in was also filled with flowers and spiritual energy. Li Lingtian left the palace and went to the back. Everything that appeared before his eyes mesmerized him. The colorful sunlight made this place look like a fairyland. Inside was a huge restriction. When Li Lingtian arrived, the heaven and earth throne in his hand emitted a faint glow. The glow complemented the restriction here. A gap appeared in the restriction and Li Lingtian easily walked in without any hesitation. Inside, it was exactly the same as the rooms that humans lived in. However, all the buildings and trees here were alive. He sized it up. Other than the dense spiritual energy, there was nothing else. It was simple and exquisite. He sat cross-legged and organized the information he had obtained today. This place was the immortal spirit realm, which was also the place of the elves. Moreover, the skeleton he met was also the king of the elves here. He was called the God Lord and was naturally powerful in the past. Moreover, that divine master was the existence who had researched the immortal spirit life God exterminating array, so he felt a trace of admiration in his heart. A powerhouse with a divine persona was naturally not a human. They were already infinitely close to a true God. He had the Godhead, the heaven and earth throne, and the limitless feather coat. Although these elders did not seem to have any ill intentions, he had to be wary of them. Then, he began to cultivate and restore his true essence to its peak state. The spiritual energy here was rich, and he was in a good mood. A day passed by just like that. Li Lingtian meditated for a day and his spirit was restored. Early the next morning, Spirit One and the others came over and waited in the palace for a while before Li Lingtian came out. Greetings, young master. Spirit One and the other 8 elders bowed respectfully. Li Lingtian noticed that Spirit 9, who was originally guarding the place, had also come over. Young master, there are still 16 people left from the last time. Do you think we should eliminate them all? Moreover, only one person can survive in this immortal spiritual life exterminating formation. Spirit One told them about what had happened outside. It had only been 4 days, but there were only 16 people left. One could imagine how intense the battle outside was. There's no hurry. Let's settle our own matters first. Li Lingtian waved his hand as he exuded the aura of a superior. He was born with such an aura as he had cultivated a few divine codex techniques, true dragon chi, and the reincarnation of the 9 Yang Saint Lord. Naturally, his every move carried the aura of a superior. The few elders below all had faint smiles on their faces. He was a natural-born powerhouse. His aura and actions carried a unique temperament. Although the young man in front of him was not an elf, his elegant and unrestrained temperament and delicate appearance were not inferior to that of an elf man. Young master, you can make the decision. This is the first time young master has come to the immortal spirit realm, so there are many things that you don't know. This subordinate will tell young master about the situation in the immortal spirit realm. Spirit One nodded. As the high priest, his status was naturally not ordinary. He was still a little worried about this young master whom he had just met for a day. It was not about his identity, but mainly about how he handled things. If he did not do well, it would bring destruction to the elf race. There are 103,800 members in the fairy clan. There are 1,000 guards and 9 priests. No one can cultivate without the orders of the God Lord. Even the princess can't cultivate. However, the princess only wakes up for a month every 10,000 years. Spirit 1 explained the current situation of the elves. As for the past, he didn't want to talk about it because the elves didn't participate in the war between races. He had always been isolated from the world and lived in the mountains with rich spiritual energy. Your Highness? Li Lingtian listened attentively as he was shocked. The elves did not cultivate, but the Master God's cultivation had reached such a terrifying level. Moreover, the formation that came out was also earth-shattering. It was known as the 10 Great Ancient Divine Formations. Such a formation was not for attack. Otherwise, in terms of magic, this formation could also be called a taboo formation. However, he had heard Spirit mention the princess a few times, but he had never understood it. He also wanted to know what the legendary elven princess looked like. The princess is the daughter of the Divine Master. The ancestral teachings say that before the God Lord disappeared, he used a mysterious taboo. Every 10,000 years, the princess would only wake up for a month. At that time, the princess was only 7 years old. Now, who knows how many tens of thousands of years have passed, but the princess still wakes up every 10,000 years. We haven't entered the place where the princess is currently living because we only have a lifespan of about 500 years. When Spirit 1 spoke of the ancestral teachings, his face was filled with sincerity, and so were the other elders. The ancestral teachings of the elves were naturally the descendants of the God Lord or the people around the God Lord. Priests came one after another. Living in such a rich spiritual energy, as long as there were no accidents, it was normal for one to reach 500 years old. Chapter 288, The Elven Princess. Then bring me there. I'll see if one can remove the princess's restriction. Li Lingtian looked at Spirit 1 and the others. It was impossible for him to leave like this. That's great. Spirit 1 and the others were elated. The princess was the only descendant of the Master God. In the past, she would wake up for a month every 10,000 years. This was definitely a cruel thing for an elf, let alone a beautiful elf princess. Now that the young master had appeared, he hoped that he could break the seal in the princess's body. The princess was the descendant of the Divine Master, and the young master was also the successor of the Divine Master. The two of them were also senior siblings. In this way, the princess would not feel lonely in the future. Although the elves had 100,000 elves, a princess was still a princess. With her status here, she could not play with these elves every day. With that, he led Li Lingtian to a passageway beside the palace. This time, Li Lingtian was puzzled. In the immortal spirit realm, there was a fairyland everywhere. The place where the elves lived was also filled with birds and flowers. However, the place they were entering now was a heavily guarded stone door. Behind the stone door was an ice palace, a small ice palace. This ice palace was not formed naturally, but was made of mysterious ice crystals. Furthermore, there were countless divine formations on top of the ice palace, which kept the ice palace from breaking down. Those who entered would be able to stop time. Spirit 1 and the others stopped when Li Lingtian was brought to the stone door. They bowed respectfully toward the ice palace. Young master, this is the only place we can send you. The princess's bedroom is inside. Once you enter, time will not stop for a day. Young master, please calculate the time. If you can't remove the princess' seal, young master will come out this morning. Ling Qi spoke for the first time. He had been guarding the ice palace for the longest time, so he naturally knew what was going on. The fact that the princess had only been awake for a month in 10,000 years was already enough to make the elves grieve. If the young master was imprisoned for 10,000 years, then the elves would not be able to make up for the losses. All right, you can go back. One know what to do. Li Lingtian's expression was calm, but his heart was in turmoil. If he was not careful, he would be imprisoned for 10,000 years. Who knew what would happen after 10,000 years? However, at the very least, he would lose a lot. The things he lost would make him suffer for eternity. There were still many things that he had not dealt with. Shan Mei, Yun Yaoyao, Tang Qingyue, Tang Zimeng, and his family. After saying that, he waved his hand and walked towards the ice palace. After entering the stone door closed again, but there was an hourglass-like thing on the stone door. Li Lingtian stood in front of the stone door and observed for a while. Based on his heartbeat, he calculated the speed of the hourglass. This hourglass was used to calculate time. Looking at the sand had completely disappeared, which meant that there were only 24 hours in a day. Sigh, it depends on luck. 1 foot 11 inches either be imprisoned for 10,000 years or return safely. Li Lingtian sighed in his heart. The moment he arrived at this sea area was the start of his misfortune. He was hunted down by Ping Hao and now he had to enter this place. After going through the 9 deadly slaughter formation and breaking the immortal spirit life slaughter formation, he had finally arrived at the ice palace where time could stop. He walked into the ice palace step by step. There were only 3 rooms and 1 main hall. Everything inside was extremely exquisite, but it was crystal clear. All the items were forged from ice crystals. The ice palace wasn't as cold as he had imagined. It was just like spring. When they entered the ice palace, they saw an ice sculpture in the main hall. The ice sculpture was of a 14 or 15-year-old beautiful woman. Although he was in the ice sculpture, he finally understood what it meant to be truly beautiful. The young girl's body was perfect without the slightest flaw, and her small face was as exquisite as a sculpture. This was the masterpiece of the heavens, the daughter of the God Lord, the darling of the heavens and earth. However, he discovered that there was a faint smile on this young lady's face. Her smile had also been sealed by the ice sculpture for eternity. A rainbow-colored garland was on her head, and she was wearing a layer of light clothes. Her exquisite and delicate body made one's blood boil. This is the elven princess, the beloved of heaven and earth. She has gathered all the beauties in the world. Li Lingtian could not help but praise the princess ice sculpture. Tang Zimeng and the others were all peerlessly beautiful, but each of them had a different aura. This young girl had an otherworldly temperament. She was as noble as a goddess and had a mischievous smile like an elf. Tang Zimeng and the others were as beautiful as the elven princess, but their auras were different. The beauties in this world were all perfect, but the feeling they gave people was different. Subsequently, Li Lingtian unleashed his ice soul martial soul to calm himself down so that he would not be affected by the young lady. After calming down, Li Lingtian examined the ice sculpture carefully but found nothing. Then, he started to examine the ice palace, carefully examining every inch of it. This ice palace was a treasure, and it was a whole. It couldn't be broken. Moreover, if he were to carelessly mess with the array here, the consequences would be unimaginable. As a super array master, these basic mistakes would not be made. Imprisonment formation. Fusion yang formation. Heaven and earth samsara formation. Yin yang wind cloud formation. 5 hours passed and Li Lingtian's expression grew more and more solemn. During this period of time, he had finally finished sizing up the ice palace and had also found all the 49 spirit arrays. He didn't expect the ice palace to have 49 formations, each of which was above the sky level. There were also a few god formations. Li Lingtian's heart sank when he saw all this. Moreover, 7 of these formations were related to the princess. If he wanted to remove the seal on the princess, he had to first remove the 7 formations. Moreover, he had to find a way to remove the seal on the princess before that. With a flick of his divine consciousness, he carefully made contact with the young lady in the ice sculpture. A powerful divine consciousness bounced over and Li Lingtian was shocked. He used the eye of the divine soul to protect his sea of consciousness and extended his divine sense out again. Soon, his divine sense passed through the ice sculpture and entered the girl's body. After helping Yun Yao Yao expel the cold air previously, he was naturally very familiar with removing the seal on the girl in front of him. It was just that this girl's body was sealed by the God Lord. His strength was too weak, and he could not afford to be careless at all. If he did not do well, he would suffer a backlash, and this girl might never wake up. It really is the Almighty's restriction. Li Ling Tian was in the young lady's meridians as he continuously used his true essence to comb through them. The young lady appeared to be in a deep sleep, but she was conscious. She felt like she was in a dream when she saw Li Lingtian's divine consciousness. She watched Li Lingtian busy himself in her dream and looked at him curiously. "Who are you?" The young lady looked at Li Lingtian and asked curiously. "I am the successor of the God Lord." "You are in the dream realm, do you want to wake up forever?" Li Lingtian looked at the young lady with his divine perception. His expression was calm, but his heart was in turmoil. This young lady was the princess from the ice sculpture. However, the one in the ice sculpture was not as real as the one in front of him. The girl in front of him was extremely beautiful, a real elven princess. Her head was still garland, and she was still wearing a layer of light clothes. The smile on her face came alive, and she held her chin as she looked at him, forming a beautiful scenery between heaven and earth. "You are my father's successor. Have you seen my father before?" The young girl was surprised. Even if she was surprised, she was still peerlessly beautiful. Her every move carried charm and grace. "Yes." Li Lingtian gave a soft as he spoke to the girl. He released another wisp of his divine consciousness and began searching for the seal in the girl's body. He didn't dare to talk about the God Lord because he was worried that the girl would be agitated after hearing the news of her father's death. In this kind of divine sense dream, if something went wrong, the two of them wouldn't die. "Can you wake me up forever, big brother? Did royal father send you here?" Upon hearing Li Lingtian's words and seeing how busy he was, the young lady did not dare to ask further. She simply asked out of curiosity. "Of course, but you have to cooperate. Otherwise, the two of us will never wake up," Li Lingtian said calmly. His divine consciousness had finally found a seal and it shocked him. It was actually an eternal sealing array. In other words, it was impossible to remove it without a God Lord's technique. This eternal seal was an endless cycle of reincarnation. He carefully attached his divine sense to the seal, but when his divine sense came into contact with the seal, it was as if he had been struck by lightning and his divine sense was shattered. Li Lingtian spat out a mouthful of blood as well. The divine consciousness he had obtained from the young lady was also in extreme pain as he quickly retreated. Big brother, big brother." The young lady was shocked when she saw Li Lingtian's painful disappearance. She kept shouting, but Li Lingtian had already exited her dream and disappeared from her sight. In reality, Li Lingtian's lips were stained with blood, his face was pale and weak, and his divine consciousness was damaged. This was more terrifying than anything else. Although this thread of divine sense was only 1/10 of his, it was still a heavy loss. A martial artist's divine sense and cultivation were directly proportional. Even if there was an extra sliver of divine sense, it was also heaven-defying. The loss of Li Lingtian's divine consciousness could be said to be disastrous. What a terrifying seal. Li Lingtian walked out and looked at the hourglass. There was not much time left. If he did not get out quickly, he would be stuck inside forever. Try again. His sea of consciousness was in extreme pain from the loss of his soul consciousness. His face was pale, but he could still try again. However, this time, he had made up his mind. He could try using the throne of heaven and earth or the Godhead. If neither of these two things could remove it, he would be helpless. Unless he truly fused with this Godhead, he would not be able to break this seal. This was because the eternal formation could only be broken by the user. Even the most powerful mighty figure would not be able to break this eternal formation. Thinking of this, his consciousness moved and entered the girl's meridians again. Then, his consciousness entered the sea of consciousness and arrived in front of the girl's dream. Chapter 289, G.E. Big brother, you're back. What happened to you just now? The young lady smiled happily when she saw Li Lingtian's figure reappear. However, she asked in confusion when she saw the blood stains on Li Lingtian's face and mouth. What happened just now was beyond her imagination. However, it seemed that she was definitely injured. I'm fine. I encountered a little problem. Li Lingtian smiled with a harmless look on his face. Following that, Li Lingtian communicated with the girl's dream world divine consciousness while using his divine consciousness to cast the heaven and earth throne. However, the heaven and earth throne was of no use. He then took out the godhead, but it did not react at all. Li Lingtian looked helpless when he saw this. Heaven-earth throne. In the end, he had no choice but to use the heaven and earth throne and the godhead together. To his surprise, the godhead actually entered his body. Right now, he was only a consciousness body. His consciousness had fused with the divine persona. The heaven and earth throne couldn't help but emit a mysterious light. This light carried a holy and supreme majesty. When Li Lingtian saw this, the godhead in his body began to spin as well. The light from the heaven and earth throne shone toward the seal. With a soft sound, Li Lingtian's divine consciousness communication with the girl vanished. The light on the throne of heaven and earth kept flashing, and the girl's face revealed a confused and painful expression. After an unknown period of time, the godhead stopped and the radiance on the heaven and earth throne disappeared. Li Lingtian's divine consciousness then withdrew. What shocked him was that his divine sense, which was originally in the girl's body, had also entered the girl's sea of consciousness. However, the godhead and the heaven and earth throne were actually spinning in his body in Dantian. Furthermore, the divine spark gradually rose and arrived in the upper Dantian. A human had 3 dantians, the upper, middle, and lower dantians. However, most martial artists cared about the lower dantian. This was because after refining true essence, true qi, and various powerful treasures, they would be stored in the lower dantian. The upper dantian was between the eyebrows, and the middle dantian was at the shanzhong acupoint. Very few martial artists paid attention to the middle dantian. Li Lingtian's upper dantian had the eye of the divine soul. Now, he had a divinity. He did not expect that the divine spark would fuse with him just like that. Although it did not fuse with him, there was no rejection at all. After withdrawing his divine sense, he looked at the ice sculpture without hesitation. The young girl in the ice sculpture seemed to be waking up, and the ice sculpture gradually disappeared. Whoosh! With a soft sound, the ice sculpture loosened. The young girl seemed to have just woken up. Her limbs moved slightly, and her intelligent eyes moved. She curiously looked at the young man sitting cross-legged opposite her. Li Lingtian also noticed that the girl's eyes had a hint of color and she looked extremely charming. Big brother, one think I've seen you before. The young lady in the ice sculpture woke up and walked down the stairs. She sized up Li Lingtian carefully. Li Lingtian's clothes and appearance were different from the elves. She had never seen such a young man before. However, he gave off a very comfortable feeling. Moreover, this young man gave him a familiar feeling. Of course, I just entered your dream, hurry up, let's get out first, or we'll be stuck in there forever. Li Lingtian's expression changed drastically because there was only a little bit left in the hourglass. If he were to calculate the time, it would only be a few dozen seconds. After saying that, he reached out and pulled the young girl, and they ran outside. He didn't care about the girl's surprise at all. A hint of blush and shyness flashed across her face, but this shyness disappeared in a flash. The little girl didn't have any feelings for this. She also felt that this big brother was very familiar with her and didn't reject her. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. As soon as he left the ice palace, the last bit of sand in the hourglass disappeared, and the ice palace fell silent. Li Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the situation. They were finally out. If he was not careful, he would have been left inside. Big brother, has it been 10,000 years? The young lady looked at Li Lingtian. Until now, she was still unaware that Li Lingtian had removed her seal. She thought that 10,000 years had passed. Moreover, although she had only run a little far just now, her little face was already red. How could a person who had never cultivated withstand such torment? Your Highness. Spirit One and the rest had been waiting there. The anxiety on their faces had turned into joy. If Li Lingtian really could not come out, they would have to wait another 10,000 years. Now, they saw Li Lingtian come out on time with a young lady. Although they had never seen the young lady before, they knew that she was the princess. Moreover, this girl was also an elf among elves. If the princess followed the young master out before 10,000 years had passed, the young master must have unsealed the princess. Why are you guys here? Where are they? The young girl looked at the 9 elders in confusion. The people she saw last time weren't these people at all. However, these 9 people were the same as the last time. They were all extremely respectful when they saw him. Your Highness, it has been 4,000 years. The previous priests have passed away. Spirit One explained respectfully. It had been 4,000 years. Who knew how many priests had changed in the process? The 9 of them then saluted Li Lingtian with gratitude in their hearts. The princess was finally rescued. Big brother, is what they said true? The young lady did not bother with Ling Yi and the rest. Instead, she was talking to Li Lingtian. Even though these people were also elves, she did not feel as familiar with them as this big brother. This was normal since she had met Li Lingtian in her consciousness. She had even spoken to him many times and witnessed him getting injured while trying to save her. In her subconscious, this big brother was her real family. Although she was called a princess by these old men, this was the first time someone had appeared in her consciousness. Not bad. Li Lingtian nodded while Spirit One and the rest were speechless. The princess only acknowledged the young master. Nevertheless, it was not a big deal. Li Lingtian had saved her and was naturally the one who was most familiar with her. Regardless, the princess and the young master had come out safely. Ge was the name of the elf princess. Very few people in the elf clan had heard of this name. This was because the princess only woke up for a month every 10,000 years. In other words, the elves could only see the princess once in 10,000 years. Your Highness, young master, you must be tired. Please return to the palace to rest. We will take our leave first. Seeing the princess and the young master's expressions, Spirit One felt that it was unnecessary for them to stay here, so they might as well leave first. During this period of time, call the remaining 16 people in. This young master will see who stays. Li Lingtian waved his hand. With this young lady by his side, he was much safer. After the 9 elders left, Li Lingtian and the young lady returned to the palace. The young lady recollected her memories for a while and found the place familiar. Every 10,000 years, the girl would only wake up for a month. According to Spirit One, the Master God was sealed when the princess was 7 years old. The girl was already 14 or 15 years old, which meant that she had been sealed for nearly 1,000,000 years. In 1,000,000 years, she had only grown by 7 or 8 years. This place was like this every 10,000 years. Every month, they would only spend 20 days here, and on the last day, they would have to enter the Ice Palace. Big brother, I'm Ge. What's yours? The young lady uttered her name before she pulled Li Lingtian toward the bedroom behind the palace. There were 2 bedrooms, one for the divine master and the other for the princess. Li Lingtian looked at the young lady's expression, which was no different from a child's. His thoughts had gone astray. However, it was interesting to hear this name. Ge was suitable for this young girl. She was innocent, an elf princess. Ge had never left the immortal spirit realm before, let alone let the outside world know his thoughts. Here, all the fairies were in harmony and there was no fighting at all. Ji was even more so. Looking at Ji's bedchamber, it was filled with flowers. A girl's place was beautiful. Me? I'm Li Lingtian from the outside world. Li Lingtian said with a smile. Although he had only spent a short time with this young lady, he felt a sense of familiarity. Furthermore, this young lady gave him a sense of harmony and quietness without any worries. In his previous life, he had been busy and had been influenced and corrupted by materialistic desires. In this life, he had been influenced by the strong. He had never stopped. He had been working hard and had neglected some beautiful things. However, when he was with this young girl, he found a rare time. This kind of beautiful time was something that one could not get back after passing by. There was no conflict of interest in his heart, no desire to kill. After that, Li Lingtian and Ji played in her world for a long time before Li Lingtian could not help but spill the beans about the Divine Master. Tears rolled down Ji's face. In her memory, there was only her father. However, her father disappeared in the end. For millions of years, every time she woke up, she wanted to see her father. It was the same this time, but her big brother actually said that her father had fallen. How could she take such a blow? Ji listened to Big Brother. When Big Brother's strength increases, he will kill the people who plotted against the God Lord. Li Lingtian gently hugged Ji as he spoke softly. He reached out to wipe the tears off his face. After a long time, Ji finally stopped crying, her delicate body sobbing softly. Big Brother, one want to cultivate too. Can you teach me? Li Lingtian did not expect Ji to be cultivating as well. He was stunned as he looked at Ji seriously. He was worried that this innocent girl would have murderous intentions. If that happened, he would be in trouble. The princess of the elf clan had an extremely noble status. Such a young girl was simply unique in the world. He looked at Ji seriously and didn't say anything. Chapter 290, The Last Wish. If it was really for revenge, he would definitely not let this girl be destroyed in his hands. The elves had their own lives and could not live in hatred. Ji dispelled the worry in his heart, but another worry appeared. Big Brother, Ji isn't going to take revenge. You are enough for father's matter. But Ji wants to go out to play too. Can you bring me along? When Ji saw Li Lingtian looking at her, she was reminded of Li Lingtian's worries. She quickly voiced out her concerns. In fact, her father had fallen and it was impossible for her to seek revenge on her own. She had her big brother to take revenge, so she didn't have to worry about it. However, she also wanted to go out and see the outside world. It would have been fine if she did not mention it, but after she did, Li Lingtian's face showed fear. With such a beautiful elven princess with him, it was impossible for him to keep a low profile. There was no one in the world who would not be tempted by such a girl. Moreover, humans love to capture elves as playthings. If he were to bring such a young girl along, not only would it be inconvenient, but it would also be very dangerous. No, this won't do. If I bring you out, there will be a lot of trouble. Don't bring this up again. Rest first. I'm going back. After Li Lingtian finished speaking, he quickly left. He could not afford to provoke Ji so easily. If it was in his previous life, he would definitely be stunned if he met such a peerless elf. However, he felt afraid now. There were many girls around him, and he already felt ashamed. Moreover, this little girl was a source of trouble, an absolute source of trouble. Now that trouble had arisen, he must not cause any more trouble. Big Brother, come back. Seeing Li Lingtian's pathetic state, Ji's face immediately blossomed into a smile. By the time she called out, Li Lingtian had already left. He quickly returned to his bedchamber and sat cross-legged. He began meditating to calm his mind. Eye of the Divine Soul, activate. Li Lingtian sat cross-legged and activated the Eye of the Divine Soul. He did not have a cultivation method for his divine consciousness, so the only thing he could do was to cultivate the Eye of the Divine Soul, which was the most common form of cultivation. It was to consume one's divine sense and then strengthen it after recovery. This kind of cultivation was tested and tested. This time, in order to remove Ji Yi's seal, his divine sense had been damaged. If not for the Eye of the Divine Soul, he would have become an idiot. The loss of spiritual awareness could not be compared to cultivation. Cultivation could still be cultivated, but the loss of spiritual awareness was not so simple. A bit of cultivation could be recovered in a few days, but the consumption of spiritual sense would take months or even forever. Hey! 2 hours later, Li Lingtian opened his eyes and sighed softly. He had suffered a great loss this time. There was no one in this place with divine sense. Otherwise, if he met an opponent and devoured the opponent's divine sense, he could quickly recover his divine sense. Even though a martial emperor or a martial venerable's consciousness was powerful, after he devoured and refined it, it was only at the level of a martial king. If he wanted to strengthen his consciousness, he would have to continuously absorb and devour the consciousness of more experts. A day passed and the next morning, Ji Yi was waiting outside Li Lingtian's bedroom. When she saw Li Lingtian coming out, her face lit up with joy. In the past, when he woke up, he was still alone. Because of the previous priests, he did not play with other elves. But now, she had a big brother, and the priests below did not object. Although she did not know what was going on, she could sense the thoughts of the priests. Because her big brother was the successor of her father, he was also her family. His status was the same as hers, so they did not object. Big brother, you're slacking off again. Ji Yi woke up early. This is for you. When Ji Yi saw Li Lingtian, he stepped forward to hold his hand and said happily. His voice was like a heavenly voice, pure and sweet. A fresh flower with 3 colored petals appeared in front of him. A faint fragrance entered his nose, instantly making him feel refreshed. Li Lingtian noticed that there was still a trace of water on Ji Yi's body and a fallen leaf on her clothes. He knew that the young lady had gone into the forest in the morning. With a smile on his face, he reached out and removed the fallen leaves from her clothes. 3-colored flower, not bad. Li Lingtian smiled as he took the flower from Ji Yi's hand. He then turned around to look at Spirit One and the rest who had arrived at the palace. Greetings, young master. Greetings, your highness. The 9 of them bowed respectfully before taking their seats according to their status. Li Lingtian did not put on any airs and took the seat in the center while Ji Yi stood beside him. Spirit One and the others didn't say anything when they saw this because they had seen the two's actions just now. It was obvious that they weren't unfamiliar with each other. The 2 of them had the same status, so it was fine as long as the princess was happy. Where are those people? Li Lingtian went straight to the point. Initially, he wanted to wait for a few days, but his divine consciousness could not recover without the divine consciousness of the powerhouses. Hence, he had to devour the powerhouses' divine consciousness. Young master, they have been imprisoned on the array altar. Ling Jiao spoke. He was usually the one guarding the array altar, so he was naturally the most aware of the situation outside. You guys stay here. I'll go out for a while. Li Lingtian stood up and was about to walk out, but Ji Yi wanted to follow. I want to go too. Ji Yi tugged at Li Lingtian. He was not like this in the past, but now that he finally had a relative, he naturally had to act coquettishly. This subordinate will bring young master there. This way, it will be easier to activate the array altar. Ling Jiao glanced at the other elders. Seeing that there was no objection, he stood up and led Li Lingtian to the array altar. Li Lingtian had no choice but to let Ji Yi tag along. With the protection of the array altar and the fairy realm being the fairy clan's most important place, these powerhouses could not resist at all. Very quickly, the 3 of them arrived at the array altar. Ling Jiao waved his hand and several spells were cast, activating the array altar once again. Li Lingtian was curious. They did not have any cultivation, yet they were so proficient in controlling spirit qi. The fairy clan was truly blessed by the heavens. Young master, princess, be careful. 1 foot 11 inches, stay here to control the core of the formation. Ling Jiao said earnestly before he left the array altar. He activated the last incantation gesture and Li Lingtian and Ge entered the teleportation. On the array altar, there were a total of 16 martial artists. Moreover, these martial artists were all super experts. The weakest one was a young man at the first level of the martial honored realm. 16 people had returned to the array altar in 6 to 7 days. The other experts had all been killed. However, they could no longer move after arriving at the array altar. Sigh, within 100 years, I've become a martial honor from a martial apprentice. I didn't expect that I would be in such a desperate situation for the inner core of a 6th-tier demonic beast. You've been by my side for 100 years of cultivation. I don't regret it at all because of you. Now, we can die together. Yi Feng thought in his heart. His expression was dull. He had been here for almost 5 years. His originally lonely personality had become even more lonely. For the past 100 years, he had been cultivating non-stop for the sake of a woman. He hoped that one day, when he reached the rank of martial honor, he could save this woman he loved. Seconds passed, and 2 days passed. There was no change on the array altar during these 2 days. At this moment, a faint sound rang out from the array altar. Rays of light flashed, followed by a huge beam of light. After the light pillar disappeared, a peerless couple appeared. The young man looked like he was 18 years old. He was handsome and elegant, like a god. Beside him was a 14 or 15-year-old girl. The appearance of this girl stunned everyone. They had never thought that there would be such a beautiful and charming girl in this world. The young girl held the young man's hand with a charming smile on her face. The 16 powerhouses were puzzled when they saw Li Lingtian. It was as if they had seen him somewhere before. However, they quickly recalled that this young man had also arrived here a few days ago. He had also been imprisoned and disappeared in the end. He had not become the person who controlled their lives now. I'll give you a chance to survive. Tell me your last wish. The smile on Li Lingtian's face grew wider. However, in the eyes of the 16 powerhouses, it was a devilish smile. With that, he waved his hand and 16 jade slips flew out. The blank jade slips allowed these experts to state their final wishes. Ge watched Li Lingtian's miraculous movements and felt envious. However, he did not say anything and stood obediently by Li Lingtian's side. Soon, the 16 jade slips returned to Li Lingtian and his divine consciousness entered the jade slips. As long as you let me go, I'm willing to do anything for you, that if you spare my life, I'll give you all the treasures, that I have an old family and a young family, I have a magical treasure. If you let me go, this treasure will kneel to you, my only wish is to leave this place. Li Lingtian looked at the message in each jade slip. The wishes stated were the same, they all wanted to leave this place safely. However, when he saw the last jade slip, his expression froze. My greatest wish is to save Lan Ping, but I don't think one can do that. As Li Lingtian looked at the jade slip, his heart shuddered. This person was actually thinking of someone else at a time like this and did not care about his own safety at all. From his tone, it was obvious that he was doing it for a girl, a strong person. To think of that girl at the last moment, this girl must have occupied his life and was also the motivation for his cultivation. Ge, close your eyes. Li Lingtian had already made up his mind. He then told Ge to close his eyes so that she would not see him when he made his move. Ge had never seen anyone kill before. Moreover, he was going to kill 16 experts at once. He naturally didn't want to leave a shadow in Ge's heart. After Li Lingtian spoke, the 16 powerhouses' faces were filled with fear because they could clearly sense that the young man was about to make a move. However, They did not realize that Li Lingtian was scanning them with his eyes. Chapter 291, Yifeng. The young man with the wooden expression was still very calm. It was Li Lingtian's first time seeing someone who could do this in the face of death. It seemed like this young man had quite a lot of stories to tell. Upon hearing Li Lingtian's words, Ge did not go against him. He closed his eyes and did not look at the humans on the array altar. A faint smile appeared on Li Lingtian's face. With a flick of his divine consciousness, a three-petaled exquisite lotus flower appeared between his brows and a beam of light was directed at one of the powerhouses. At the same time, he waved his hand, and a cold ice flame pressed down on this expert. In an instant, the icy flame wrapped around this expert, and his divine sense quickly attacked. Suppressed by the array formation, not a single sound could be heard. In an instant, the powerhouse who was being attacked was incinerated by the icy frost flame and his divine consciousness was devoured by Li Lingtian. Following that, Li Lingtian could not eliminate these powerhouses in sequence. Under such a fear of death, countless powerhouses had long since lost their minds. The young man was the only one who did not show any change in his expression. After 6 of them were erased, Li Lingtian's eyes revealed a faint smile. He then flicked his finger in the air, and 9 streaks of icy flames shot out. The 9 streaks of icy flames wiped out 9 experts, leaving the young man alone. At this moment, the expression on his face changed. In 2 minutes, Li Lingtian had refined all the powerhouses' divine consciousness. His face was filled with satisfaction. The divine consciousness that he had expended yesterday had been restored and was much stronger. Why me? After the other powerhouses were wiped out, Li Lingtian managed to break some of the restrictions and was able to speak. Yifeng said indifferently, his expression was filled with curiosity. This young master will see if I want to keep you. Li Lingtian did not answer Yifeng's question but muttered to himself. Do you want me to stay? Now that I'm alone, isn't it true that there's a slim chance of survival? Yifeng did not understand. He had clearly killed all the warriors and left him behind, but now hearing this young man's words, it seemed like he was going to wipe them all out. The rules are in my hands. In my world, my words are the rules, the weak can only obey. Li Lingtian said coldly as he reached out with one hand and quickly searched Yifeng's body. One want to see what secrets this young man has. It's already very rare to meet such a calm martial artist. If he can stay and be used by me, it won't be a bad thing. Soon, there was a storage bag and an exquisite small pagoda. The small pagoda was carved from jade. There were some spirit stones, elixirs, herbs, and a middle-grade emperor weapon in the storage bag. When he saw the young man's storage bag, he couldn't help but be stunned. This young man was really interesting. He was so poor that he didn't look like the storage bag of a martial honor at all. However, he was more interested in this jade carving. It seemed that this jade carving was also a good treasure. Don't touch her. The young man was extremely excited. Even when facing death, he had never been so excited. The more he thought about it, the more Li Lingtian was interested. It must be an extremely important item that could make this young man so excited. He was the ruler here. Without hesitation, he extended his divine sense toward the jade carving. A suction force appeared and his divine consciousness was pulled in. Li Lingtian was stunned as he did not expect the jade carving to be a spatial item. However, he soon discovered that there was a very small space inside the jade carving. It was shaped like a tower on the surface, but it was only the size of a room inside. It was at most 20 square meters. Inside was a woman in blue. She looked like she was 21 or 22 years old. Although she didn't have any life force, there was no change in this place, just like in Ji Yi's ice palace. The woman's face was pale as if she had been sealed. However, this woman was a peerless beauty. 1c. Li Lingtian now understood that the young man's wish was for this woman. To be able to do this for a woman was enough to show the character of this young man. The poison of ice has been plotted against. Looks like even one can't save him unless he has a tier 6 medicinal pill or above. Li Lingtian thought to himself as he completely ignored the young man's rage outside. He looked at the woman carefully. She was a peerless beauty. However, she didn't have any vitality at the moment. If he had a 6th grade elixir, his ice soul martial spirit, and some other methods, he could save her. You can kill me, but you can't touch her. Yi Feng could not move his body and could only curse loudly. However, he saw that Li Lingtian did not move at all. In the end, he could only glare at Li Lingtian angrily with a tear in his eyes. Ji couldn't hold it in anymore. He opened his eyes quietly. The 15 experts had disappeared. His big brother was also motionless. He didn't know what he was doing. Another person was scolding his big brother. If this young master can save her, can you take out your life? Li Lingtian said coldly as he stared at Yi Feng coldly. He had a good impression of this young man. What is it? You can save her? Yi Feng looked at Li Lingtian in shock, unable to believe his words. His entire life, he had cultivated for the blue screen. When he became a Supreme Realm expert, he still could not save the blue screen. He didn't expect the young man in white to say that he could save Lan Ping. How could he not be shocked? If you can really save her, I'll take my life at any time. Yi Feng looked at Li Lingtian's silence and knew that he had not misheard. The other party was not wrong either. He knew that a terrifying person like Li Lingtian would not lie and he did not want to repeat himself. Alright, you can live now. However, if you want to save her, you have to wait for a year. After a year, when you find the ingredients for a level 6 or level 7 pill, one will naturally save her. During this period of time, you can leave or stay, but one can't hand her over to you because you don't have the ability to condense a soul. Li Lingtian said coldly without any room for resistance. Ji didn't know what her big brother was talking about, and she didn't understand either, but she believed in her big brother's strength. Alright, as long as you can save her, I'm willing to do anything. I am Yi Feng. Yi Feng pondered for a moment. This young man in front of him had no room for negotiation, but he gave off a feeling that he was trustworthy. Everything that Li Lingtian said was what Lan Ping needed, but he could not get those precious things. He couldn't find any level 6 or 7 pills, but this young man was confident that he could save Lan Ping. Follow me. With a flip of his hand, Li Lingtian summoned the heaven and earth throne and recited the incantation that Ling Jiao had imparted to him. Instantly, the array altar trembled. Yi Feng could move freely now, but the moment he could move, the array altar shone brightly. The 3 of them were brought away by the light and disappeared from the array altar. When he reappeared, he had already arrived at the immortal spirit realm. When Yi Feng saw this place, he was also shocked. He did not expect such a beautiful paradise to exist in this world. Next, Li Lingtian asked Yi Feng to stay at a place not far from the palace. An unknown array appeared at this place. To keep a Supreme Realm expert by his side, he had to control this Supreme Realm expert. He also wanted to understand what this Yi Feng was like. If he had any ill intentions, he would definitely wipe him out instantly. After that, Li Lingtian cultivated in the immortal spirit realm while Spirit 1 officially introduced Li Lingtian and Ji to the other elves. When Li Lingtian saw these fairies, they were all extremely handsome. He was also able to witness the existence of fairies in this magical continent. Spirit 1 also explained the location of the immortal spirit realm. This place was indeed under the sea, but it was not under the sea. This place was in an independent space. After living in the immortal spirit realm for a month, Li Lingtian's cultivation had reached the peak of Tier 8 Warrior Ascendant and was only a step away from Tier 9 Warrior Ascendant. After observing Yi Feng and Li Lingtian for a period of time, they were more obedient. Other than cultivating, they were in a daze. On this day, Li Lingtian brought Ji to an open space. Ji, it's not impossible for you to cultivate, but you can't have killing intent or killing intent. Otherwise, one won't teach you. Li Lingtian said earnestly. If Ge wanted to go out, he would naturally need to cultivate. At the very least, he would need the ability to protect himself. During this period of time, he had already taught her a lot of basic principles of doing things in the divine martial continent, allowing her to understand the bloodlust and terror of the divine martial continent. There was also the craftiness of humans and the cruelty of demonic beasts. At first, Ge was afraid, but he gradually got used to it. All right, 1 foot 11 inches, listen to you, big brother. Ge was overjoyed when he heard Li Lingtian's promise to teach her. If he had a cultivation base, he would be able to fly around. Princess, these are the mysterious heavenly divine bow and 9 mysterious heavenly divine arrows of the elf clan. Now that the young master is here, I'll hand these mysterious heavenly divine bow and arrows to you. Spirit One walked over. He knew that Ge had also left the immortal spirit realm. This was the first time the princess had left the immortal spirit realm. Although she had the protection of the young master, she needed to have her own cultivation base. The mystical power of the fairy clan, the mysterious heavenly divine bow, was an extremely powerful existence even in the heaven realm. With that said, he produced a jade box, and the other 8 priests also began to cast a spell. 9 spells appeared, and the air trembled as light shot in all directions. Instantly, the seals on the jade box were removed one by one. The jade box opened automatically, revealing an extremely exquisite small bow that emitted an ancient aura. The entire divine technique was like jade. Such a small bow didn't seem powerful at all, and it was even more impossible for it to be related to magic. However, when Li Lingtian looked at the bow from another angle, which was where the arrow was shot, he felt a supreme pressure pressing down on him, giving off an aura of death and destruction. He did not use his true essence, nor did he use his bow and arrow. Just this bow and arrow could bring him such a destructive feeling. This was really the first time. His entire heart trembled and he became excited. Chapter 292, Mysterious Heavenly Divine Bow, 1. A treasure like the mysterious heavenly divine bow was a treasure from the ancient times. Its status was not much different from the dragon clan's roaring dragon battle halberd. Because they were the most powerful treasures of a race. Although the elves did not compete with the world, humans had always captured them, which made the elves feel that they were invincible. This mysterious heavenly divine bow was also forged according to the talent of the elves. The elves were born to be sharpshooters, and they were also born to be favored by the wood spirits. They had the strongest perception of their own spiritual energy. Although Spirit One didn't explain the origin and power of the mysterious heavenly divine bow, it was a supreme treasure of the fairy clan, so it was naturally extremely powerful. Ge took the mysterious heavenly divine bow from Spirit One and revealed a happy expression. Only those with weapons were true warriors. He was an elf, and with weapons, he was also a warrior. In the future, he could go out and fight with his big brother. Li Lingtian looked at the mysterious heavenly divine bow. This bow was born to be used by the elf clan. Furthermore, it required a blood test to determine its owner. It had to be used by the elf clan's princess or young master. Ge, drip your blood on it to become its master. Li Lingtian and Ge even looked at him for help when they saw Ge's bewildered expression. He couldn't just stand there and not say anything, so he reminded her. Following that, Li Lingtian carefully let Ge drip his blood on the bow and successfully made the bow its master. Ge could not use such a treasure without any cultivation at the moment, so he could only cultivate first. Right, the God Lord left behind an interspatial ring. I'll go look for it. Spirit 6 suddenly thought of something and said. Then, he quickly ran toward the palace. Li Lingtian began to teach Ge cultivation as he watched Spirit 6 leave. Naturally, he was cultivating the pure breathing technique. The fairy clan did not need to cultivate those earth-shattering skills. With his innate talent, as long as he cultivated, he could easily absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. I don't need this wood spirit pearl for the time being. Take it and absorb the spiritual energy first. This way, you can also quickly increase your absorption speed. Li Lingtian recalled the green bead in his divine dragon ring and took it out. He didn't need this wood spirit pearl for the time being. It was best to let Ge cultivate it. Thank you, big brother. Ge took it happily. Immediately, the natural wood elemental spiritual chi of heaven and earth quickly condensed. Spirit One and the others were also extremely surprised. They did not expect the young master to have such a magical and heaven-defying treasure. Moreover, such a treasure was easily taken out for the palace master to cultivate. This made him even more at ease. Subsequently, Li Lingtian spent half of his time cultivating and the other half teaching Ge how to cultivate. He also told her about the outside world. By teaching her how to survive, Ge gradually grasped a little of Li Lingtian's personality. He was meticulous when he cultivated, and only when he stopped cultivating would he treat her like a big brother. On this day, Li Lingtian saw Yi Feng meditating and cultivating in the distance before he walked forward. This is for you. I believe it will be useful to you. Li Lingtian tossed a jade bottle over before finding a place to sit down. This is high-grade azure yang pill. Yi Feng opened the jade bottle. His originally stiff expression changed. He did not expect it to be a high-grade azure yang pill. Tier 5 medicinal pills were rarely seen. He didn't expect that this Tier 5 medicinal pill was even a high-grade one. This youth took out a bottle. This kind of extravagance was really the first time he had seen it. Tier 5 pills are nothing. When I'm in a good mood, I'll refine a bottle of Tier 6 pills for you. Li Lingtian replied calmly. He could easily refine this Tier 5 pill. As for the 6th grade cleansing dust pill, he did not need it now, nor did he spend a lot of effort to study and comprehend it. If he could use a 6th grade medicinal pill, he would have been refining it long ago. But these words caused huge waves in Yi Feng's heart. He could casually refine level 5 high-grade pills, and even said that he could refine level 6 pills when he was in a good mood. What kind of person was this? However, after taking a closer look at the medicinal pill, the aura of this medicinal pill was indeed exactly the same as the aura of this young man in front of him. In other words, this medicinal pill was refined by this young man. You're a spirit alchemist, that you can really refine a Tier 6 medicinal pill? For the first time, Yi Feng revealed a curious expression. He had encountered countless spirit alchemists, but none of them were as confident as Li Lingtian. Furthermore, Li Lingtian was only 18 years old. He did not expect him to possess such terrifying strength. He thought that he was a top genius, but in front of this young man, he finally felt what it meant to be unbearable. He's just a mere spirit alchemist. I just don't have enough time to concoct pills, and one only need Tier 5 pills for cultivation. When one can use Tier 6 pills, 1 foot 11 inches naturally be able to concoct them. Try this. Li Lingtian said with a smile. With a wave of his hand, he cast a frost flame and shot it at Yi Feng. But this time, the ice-cold flame was not as terrifying as before, but Yi Feng subconsciously resisted it. His primeval essence was consumed continuously. In a few breaths of time, all of Yi Feng's primeval essence was used up. The martial honor was extremely wary of the ice frost flame. Although he was curious as to why Li Lingtian had attacked, he did not ask. Moreover, when Li Lingtian attacked, he only realized that Li Lingtian had no intention of killing him when his vital essence was exhausted. Just as he was feeling puzzled, Li Lingtian flicked his finger and a silver-white pill flew toward him. This is... Yi Feng looked at the white pill in his hand. He was stunned for a moment, but in the end, he did not hesitate and threw the pill into his mouth. Since Li Lingtian had promised him to cure the blue screen, he could only follow Li Lingtian's orders. Wasn't it just a medicinal pill? He wouldn't even frown when he died, let alone a medicinal pill. However, the moment the pill entered his mouth, it instantly turned into a fragrant smell, and a powerful medicinal effect was emitted. 11. Boom. Inside his body, there was a rumble, Yi Feng's expression changed drastically. My true essence. In the midst of this explosion, the exhausted true qi in his body suddenly recovered to its peak. This was the first time he had encountered such a heaven-defying thing. This is the heaven-defying pill that I refined. It's an enhanced version of the heaven-defying pill. There's only one shop in the divine martial continent that has no other branches. Li Lingtian said with a smile. He tossed 2 silver-white pills over before turning around to leave. Before he left, he said indifferently, within a day, the heaven-defying pill is only effective once. After he finished speaking, he returned to Ji Yi's side. He watched Ji Yi cultivate and began to plan. He couldn't stay here for the rest of his life. If the matter was resolved, this place would be a paradise. He could bring his beloved person to live here and stay away from the world. After thinking for a long time, Li Lingtian decided to stay in the immortal spirit realm for another half a month before returning. His cultivation had also reached the peak of martial arts Grandmaster rank 8. He had to find an opportunity to break through. Moreover, he had provoked the Ping family. He had to think of a way. As the days passed, Li Lingtian decided to leave. During this period of time, Ji Yi's cultivation speed made him vomit blood. He could be considered heaven-defying. However, compared to Ji Yi, his cultivation speed could only be described as a tortoise crawling. She was the only Tier 1 warrior spirit in the entire divine martial continent who could achieve such a feat in half a month. Other martial artists would spend their entire lives trying to reach the realm of warrior spirit, but this Ji Yi only needed half a month to do it. Ji Yi, are you really going out? Li Lingtian asked seriously as he watched Ji Yi play in his bedroom. To be honest, he really didn't want to bring Ji Yi out now because his enemies were too many and too powerful. If there weren't so many opponents, any man would not hesitate to bring such a young girl out. Moreover, Ji Yi was an elf princess. All the humans in the world liked such elves. Of course, after we get out, Ji Yi will definitely listen to Big Brother. Ji Yi nodded with a serious look in his eyes. During this period of time, she knew how dangerous the outside world was, but she couldn't stay here forever. She also wanted to see the outside world. In her heart, with her big brother's protection, she would naturally not be in any danger. In that case, you must listen to me when you get out. Otherwise, I won't be polite. I'm leaving this afternoon. Go and pack up. I'll go and inform Spirit One and the others. Li Lingtian walked out after he finished speaking. When he came out, he was stunned as Spirit One and the others had just arrived. Although he didn't know why Spirit One and the others had come at this time, he had a feeling that Spirit One and the others were leaving today. Young Master, we have already predicted that you would be leaving today, so we have specially come to send you off. Spirit One did not wait for Li Lingtian's reply before he spoke. The few of them then took their seats. You knew I was leaving today? Li Lingtian was truly curious now. He did not say anything nor did he reveal anything, yet these guys knew about it first. Could it be that they had the ability to predict things? Naturally, he did not believe all of this. It's normal that young master doesn't believe me. But sometimes, there are really some miraculous things that happen in this world. Although we elves don't have the ability to predict things, we have an ancient powerful mirror. We can deduce what's going to happen from everyone's face and the time of day. Therefore, although I have never been to the outside world, one have to advise young master that there are many things that cannot be solved with strength. It is also not something that can be measured with strength. Young master should pay attention to some magical treasures. Spirit One said seriously. After he finished speaking, he bowed respectfully. This was also a suggestion from a subordinate, but it was also a suggestion from a subordinate who had no choice but to risk his life. Chapter 293, Leaving the Immortal Spirit Realm. Yes, thank you. Li Lingtian nodded. Spirit One was right. In this world, there were many mystical skills and treasures that were beyond the scope of power. This was because he had already seen it. Moreover, he still had some treasures on him that could not be measured by strength. For example, the space silk banner and the heaven and earth creation cauldron could not be measured by strength. The divine dragon ring and the holy demon ring could not be measured by strength either. These are true spirit pearls that have been cultivated in the immortal spirit realm for countless years. They are also the crystallization of the wood spiritual chi of heaven and earth. In the past tens of thousands of years, there have only been 3 of them. Their power can destroy the world. Legend has it that one was used before the God Lord. One can't describe how powerful it is. 2. It mainly depends on the user's strength and control. The stronger the strength, the stronger the power. Spirit 1 took out a wooden box. The wooden box was emitting a faint wood-type spiritual energy. It wasn't as powerful as he had imagined. However, after opening the wooden box, 3 finger-sized colorful beads floated in the air. Li Lingtian could only take a look. He did not dare to touch him or touch him with his divine perception. If he were to detonate, this place would be finished. After that, Spirit 1 closed the wooden box and handed it to Li Lingtian before explaining the situation to him. It was mainly about GE. GE didn't know anything and didn't have any contact with the outside world. He would definitely be a burden if he went out. After half an hour, GE came out. After GE came out, the few priests also gave their instructions. Immortal light, activate. The 9 elders looked at each other and waved their hands continuously, casting mysterious spells. Finally, 9 rays of light appeared. The 9 rays of light fused, and a space-time tunnel appeared in the air. 2. Let's go. Upon seeing the appearance of the space-time tunnel, Li Lingtian pulled GE and shouted at Yi Feng, who was standing at the entrance of the palace before entering the space-time tunnel. The 3 of them entered the space-time tunnel. The space-time tunnel kept twisting. Seeing this situation, they were all worried. However, this worry did not last long, because the 3 of them had already entered the sea. It was Ji Yi's first time entering the sea, and he was caught off guard and choked. Li Lingtian unleashed a stream of true essence to stabilize Ji Yi's meridians. A light shield protected the 2 of them as they swam up quickly. Boom! With an explosion, the 3 of them soared into the sky. Floating in the air, there was a vast sea everywhere. He could not find his direction at all. Young master. Fengye paused for a moment before he shouted. In the immortal spirit realm, everyone else addressed Li Lingtian as young master, so he could not bring himself to call him that. However, he understood that he could only lower his arrogance. No matter how powerful a supreme realm expert was, he was nothing in front of this young man. After shouting, he used one hand to move towards a huge spaceship. Li Lingtian also flew onto the spaceship. Ji Yi's light shirt was completely drenched and her delicate figure was so exquisite that he almost vomited blood. Fortunately, there were still some pants and tube tops inside. Otherwise, he would really be finished. Then, he brought GE into the spaceship. After bringing GE into a room, he walked out and stayed in the room opposite GE. Just as he was about to meditate and cultivate, GE opened his door. Big brother, one don't have any clothes. GE pouted and looked at his clothes that were soaked. He felt a little awkward, but he didn't have any clothes. Li Lingtian's face darkened at those words. Oh my God, who did I offend? Why did I have to come across such a little girl to torture me? Wait, I'll think of something. Li Lingtian used his divine consciousness to enter his divine dragon ring. But fortunately, the clothes he wore in the past were still there. The clothes he wore when he was young could be made do with for GE. He found 2 sets of clothes and handed them to GE. When GE saw that they were Li Lingtian's clothes, he was stunned for a moment before he carried them back to his room. Li Lingtian was depressed. He was a man, so why would he have a girl's outfit? Even when she was with Tang Zimeng, Yin Yaoyao, Shun Mei, and Qingling, it didn't involve her clothes. Even with Qingling, his clothes were always washed by Qingling. He never cared about these things. A moment later, Ge appeared again wearing Li Lingtian's clothes. Although they were a little loose, they were still passable. Li Lingtian was stunned when he saw Ge wearing a man's clothes. If he went out, he would charm all the women in the world. Ge could not sit still in his own room and came to Li Lingtian's side to play. Pulling Li Lingtian along to enjoy the scenery outside, Ge's face lit up with excitement when she saw the vast ocean. This was her first time seeing such a sight. "Young master, we can't find the direction at all." Yifeng had a solemn expression. In the vast sea, there was not even a single star, let alone the sun and moon. If they flew randomly and encountered a storm, the three of them would be finished. "Wait, I'll think of a way." Li Lingtian pondered for a moment. With a flick of his divine consciousness, he found a magnet in the divine dragon ring and began to move it. Both Ge and Yifeng were curious, but they did not dare to disturb Li Lingtian. Soon, a circular disc about a foot in size appeared in Li Lingtian's hand. It was similar to a compass except that there were no runes on it. This is called a compass. The direction the compass points to is the south. Based on his memory, Li Lingtian personally made a simple compass. In the ocean, there was no sun or moon, so the only thing that could support one's direction was the compass. Is it that simple? Yifeng was stunned for a moment before he quickly shut his mouth. Everything Li Lingtian did was reasonable and he had never failed before. Follow Si Nan and head south. After Li Lingtian said that, he pulled Ge to his room. On the way back to his room, he called out for Little White and sent his consciousness into Little White's awareness before handing it over to Ge. With Little White protecting Ge, there should be no problem. Little White had been cultivating in the dragon energy of the 3,000 worlds. During this period of time, it had actually advanced to level 5. Rank 5 was equivalent to a martial emperor, but its defense and attack could even be resisted by an ordinary martial honor. Moreover, the dragon energy was mysterious and overbearing. It was not something that a martial honor could kill in a short period of time. The flying ship continued to fly in the ocean. Finally, after half a month, they finally encountered a few martial monarch experts hunting sea beasts in the sea area. With Yifeng's cultivation level, the few martial royal realm experts were still obedient like kittens. Yifeng asked around. They were still 3 days away from the border of the sea region. The nearest city was the subsidiary city of Pingyang City, Suanyang City. When Yifeng heard about Suanyang City, he admired Li Lingtian even more. He could easily make something and return to the coast without any mistakes. Suanyang City was located in the south. Even though he did not know how many tricks Li Lingtian had up his sleeve, he felt even more apprehensive. He could easily eliminate countless Supreme Realm experts. What kind of person was this? From the looks of it, Li Lingtian was definitely not an elf in the immortal spirit realm. However, he had become the young master of the elf clan. 3 days passed quickly. When Li Lingtian and the other two entered Suanyang City, Ge was excited to see the countless humans. This place was a human city and was countless times more lively than the immortal spirit realm. It was just not as quiet as the immortal spirit realm. Sir, do you want to stay or eat? When a warrior spirit's shop assistant saw Li Lingtian and the others, he greeted them respectfully. When he saw Ge, he couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that there was such a young man in the world. A single courtyard. Li Lingtian replied calmly before he headed straight into the inn. Sir, please come in. A single courtyard costs 100,000 low-grade spirit stones a month, which is 1,000,000 low-grade spirit stones a year. The shop assistant said as he led the way. His face revealed an excited expression. It was a blessing to meet such a straightforward customer. 1 month. Li Lingtian arrived at a single courtyard and handed the 100,000 lower spiritual stones to the attendant. After entering the courtyard, Li Lingtian and Ge chose a room. Yi Feng also chose a random room to stay in. He had no idea what Li Lingtian was up to or where he was going. However, the only thing he needed to do was to follow Li Lingtian and wait for him to rescue Lan Ping. After that, Li Lingtian did not cultivate much. Instead, he brought Ji Yi to stroll around the city. It was Ji Yi's first time in a human city, so he was naturally curious. Instead of making her curious, why not bring her along to play for a while? This way, she could familiarize herself with the world here and not be out of place. Ji Yi was an elf princess, but her figure was exactly the same as a human girl. Other than her peerless beauty and charm, everything else was normal. Ji Yi was naturally excited to see Li Lingtian bringing her around. The two of them played in the front while Yi Feng followed behind. Li Lingtian's cultivation was only at the martial grandmaster level while he was a martial honor. Naturally, he had to protect Li Lingtian. However, things did not go as he wished. After playing for a few days, trouble came. On this day, Li Lingtian was playing with Ji Yi when he felt a pair of eyes staring at him from behind. Naturally, Li Lingtian knew that the eyes were not Yi Feng's but were being followed by other powerhouses. This place was a subsidiary city of Pingyang City, so it naturally belonged to the Ping family. Killed. Li Lingtian spoke softly as if he was talking to himself. However, just as Li Lingtian's voice faded, a scream was heard from behind him. Pfft! A martial honor. I'm a member of the Ping family. If you dare to kill me, you're done for. A 5th-level martial emperor fell from the sky and was cut in half at the waist. He looked at the maple leaves not far away in horror. He did not expect that he did not know that a Supreme Realm expert was behind him. This Supreme Realm expert was even with the young man in front. Chapter 294, Yun Family's Revered Martial Artist. Humph, the Ping family. I'm exterminating the Ping family. Li Lingtian said disdainfully. At worst, he would just run away. He had already killed 3 of the Ping family's revered martial artists. Although the other 3 were not killed by him, the Ping family would definitely blame him for this. The hatred between him and the Ping family had long reached the point where it would not rest until one of them was dead. Yi Feng smiled bitterly in his heart. Although he was not a Pingyang City warrior, he knew how strong Ping clan was. He did not expect that he would be able to kill a Ping clan member. It seemed that things were not going well between Li Lingtian and the Ping family since he had gotten himself involved. Ji Yi looked at the martial emperor on the ground, whose life force was gradually disappearing. Her face turned pale. It was the first time she had seen such a bloody thing. She found it hard to accept. Li Lingtian patted her back and comforted her softly. Looks like we have to leave this place. Yi Feng looked at the 3 experts who were shooting towards him. He had a bitter smile on his face. The 3 figures were all Supreme Realm experts. Moreover, there were 2 first heaven and 1 second heaven. Although his strength was extraordinary, he could barely deal with a second heaven expert. It was no longer possible to protect Li Lingtian. Since you're already here, is it possible for you to leave so easily? The 3 powerhouses stood steadily in the air with excitement in their eyes. The other party was only a martial arts grandmaster and a first-level Supreme Realm expert. Moreover, one of the martial arts grandmasters was the expert that the higher-ups wanted to kill. However, he was a little puzzled now. Why did the higher-ups need to kill a martial arts grandmaster expert with great fanfare? Couldn't they just kill him directly? Naturally, they did not know that the Ping clan had concealed a lot. They only revealed Li Lingtian's appearance and cultivation base but did not reveal Li Lingtian's true strength. If they were to reveal Li Lingtian's true strength, no one would be willing to go all out to hunt him down, nor would they have the guts to do so. Did I say I was leaving? A faint smile appeared on Li Lingtian's face as he gestured for Ji Yi to step back. Little White opened its eyes as well. If a fight were to break out, it had to protect the girl beside Li Lingtian. Yi Feng was stunned when he saw Li Lingtian's actions. Was he going to fight a martial honor? Back at the array altar, Li Lingtian had only killed a revered martial artist without any resistance. However, the three revered martial artists were no longer confined revered martial artists. At this time, countless martial artists hurriedly fled. The appearance of a revered martial artist was not fun. They might suffer a calamity. You're Li Lingtian, right? You're courting death by provoking the Ping clan. If you surrender today, I'll spare your life and plead on your behalf. Yun Xingfeng looked at Li Lingtian and said calmly. It would be best if he could subdue the enemy without fighting. This was Su Anyang City, his own territory. Once a war broke out, the city would be finished. Really? Li Lingtian's expression shifted as if he was tempted. His expression stunned everyone. They did not expect Li Lingtian to be so easy to talk to. Then, he thought about how powerful the Ping family was. If they could turn hostility into friendship, everyone would be willing to do so. After all, the Ping family was too powerful. Not bad. Yun Xingfeng was stunned and quickly nodded. The two Supreme Realm experts beside him also revealed smiles. They did not expect the person chased by the Ping family to be so afraid of death. You fucking idiot. Since one can put the Ping family in my eyes, scram. If you don't scram in 3 seconds, you'll stay here forever. The expression on Li Lingtian's face changed as he stared at the three of them in disdain. Moreover, he even humiliated the three revered martial artists. This action stunned the three revered martial artists, Yi Feng and countless other martial artists in the distance. They were just talking nicely just now, but in the blink of an eye, they had insulted Wu Zun. It turned out that all of this was because this young man was toying with the three Supreme Realm experts in the air. He had toyed with the three Supreme Realm experts like monkeys. Damn it. Yun Xingfeng reacted. In front of countless martial artists, he had actually been played by this young man in the palm of his hand. Where was his face? With a furious roar, a stormy wave of attacks came crashing down on Li Lingtian. The space around them began to tremble. You're courting death. Li Lingtian said calmly. With a flick of his divine consciousness, the space trembled and the silver-winged flying dragon appeared in the sky. A shocking demonic power pressure was emitted. When the silver-winged flying dragon saw that danger was approaching, it flapped its huge wings suddenly and a destructive attack met the sky. Rumble. With a loud explosion, Yun Xingfeng's body trembled and he retreated dozens of meters. Blood trickled down the corner of his mouth, and his expression kept changing. One attack was actually blocked by a demonic beast. Moreover, due to his carelessness, his mind was shaken. Silver-winged flying dragon. Silver-winged flying dragon. Countless experts exclaimed, the three martial honors and Yi Feng were also extremely shocked. This silver-winged flying dragon was extremely powerful. It had already reached the first level of the 6th rank, equivalent to a first-level martial honored realm super expert. Moreover, the silver-winged flying dragon was the king of the sky. Even if it was facing a first-level martial honored realm expert, it would not be inferior in the slightest. Moreover, it had an advantageous advantage. Good, very good, Qing Yun, you go and get rid of this bastard. One will deal with this demonic beast, leave him to Qing Yu. Yun Xingfeng looked at Li Lingtian. His first attack was just a probing attack. It was not worth using his full strength to deal with a martial arts grandmaster. However, he was injured by a tier 6 mystical beast due to his carelessness. Anger rose in his heart as he spoke to Yun Qingyun and Yun Qingyu. After he finished speaking, his body flashed and he charged towards the silver-winged flying dragon. The cultivation of a second-level Supreme Realm expert was extremely terrifying. Otherwise, he would not have been able to become the city lord of Su Anyang City. The three brothers had also received support from the Ping family and had always been in control of Su Anyang City. Rumble. It was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, a shocking attack came down. The silver-winged flying dragon did not show any weakness. Facing a second heaven, it could only fight at this time. Yi Feng did not land either, because Yun Qingyu had already attacked. The two groups opened up. The silver-winged flying dragon faced Yun Qingfeng while Yi Feng faced Yun Qingyu. However, he was extremely worried during the battle. Although Li Lingtian's strength was terrifying, he was definitely no match for a supreme realm powerhouse with a gap of 2 major realms. However, that thought disappeared after Li Lingtian made his move. Ice, fire, 9 heavens, extinction. Kill! Li Lingtian shouted softly. He was going to use his trump card. He could not stay here for long. If he delayed any longer, the Ping clan's super powerhouses would rush over. Ice, fire, 9 heavens, and 1 strike was enough to exterminate the 3rd heaven. He raised his hands, and the aura in the air trembled. An aura of extermination continuously filled the space. The warriors hiding in the surroundings were also shocked and quickly flew into the distance. The 3 brothers of the Yun family felt this exterminating aura at the same time. They all felt that something was wrong. How could a martial arts grandmaster have such a domineering skill and power? However, it was already over. The battle had already begun, and it was impossible to stop. Heavenly Phoenix God Annihilation. Yun Qingyun's heart was trembling as well. He quickly gave up on the skill he was about to cast and chanted the incantation continuously. With a wave of his hands, a destructive force was hurled at Li Lingtian. At the same time, a powerful defense was cast, completely protecting himself. Rumble. In the air, 2 destructive attacks tore through the air and finally collided. With an explosive sound, countless buildings were destroyed. Li Lingtian retreated rapidly while a shield of light appeared in front of Ge, blocking the destructive force. Although the light shield blocked it, Ge's face was still filled with fear. He didn't expect the battle to be so earth-shattering. While she was still in a daze, Li Lingtian pushed Ge away with his backhand. With the protection of the beam shield, Ge would not fall. When Ge landed, Li Lingtian's body flashed strangely as well. His entire body was suspended in the air with a grave expression on his face. Ice, fire, 9 heavens, even the 3rd heaven did not kill a martial honor. The cultivation and strength of a martial honor was indeed powerful. This was also because his cultivation was too low. If he was a martial emperor, this martial honor might have been killed. If he wanted his supreme realm expert to kill him in an instant, it was already heaven-defying for him to be able to compete with a supreme realm expert's attack with his shocking skills. Heaven-grade divine ability. The few supreme realm experts were extremely shocked. Even if they were supreme realm experts, they cultivated earth-grade skills. Heaven-grade skills were definitely something that could only be encountered by luck. For a family like the Yen family, there was a god destroyer that they could not control. Otherwise, they would have been killed. Since you're a dog of the Ping family, one won't be polite, that you can disappear into thin air with this move. Li Lingtian's expression was serious as his aura surged and the air trembled. A shocking sword intent was emitted. He was like a sharp sword standing proudly between heaven and earth. The sword intent in the air eroded the minds of every martial artist. Sword intent. What a terrifying sword intent. The few Supreme Realm martial artists also revealed solemn expressions. They did not expect that this young martial arts grandmaster had actually cultivated sword intent. Moreover, it was so terrifying. Yi Feng's expression kept changing. He did not feel any pressure when facing a first-level martial honored realm expert. However, they were shocked when they saw Li Lingtian's first attack. The destructive force of that attack carried the aura of extermination. If Li Lingtian's cultivation base had been a little higher, even he might not have been able to withstand it. Now that Li Lingtian had unleashed his sword intent, he was even more curious about Li Lingtian. He wondered how many terrifying techniques this young man had up his sleeves. Just as everyone was shocked by Li Lingtian's sword intent, Yun Qingyun had also activated his terrifying true force. If he had not witnessed Li Lingtian's abilities, he would not have cared about a martial arts grandmaster at all. However, Li Lingtian's first attack had nearly killed him. If not for his profound cultivation, he would not have been able to withstand that attack. Now that this young man said that he could kill him in one move, he naturally did not dare to be careless. The destructive aura in the air gathered together continuously. Soon after, a destructive beam of light distorted the space and spun in the sky before it headed straight for Li Lingtian. Hush! Countless warriors gasped and they saw the destructive beam of light in the sky. They were already imagining Li Lingtian's fate after this attack. Ge was also shocked and scared. She had never seen such a scene before. It was like the end of the world. If his big brother died under this move, what should he do? Chapter 295, Killing Two Birds with One Stone. In the face of the destructive attack, Li Lingtian stood proudly between heaven and earth like a sharp sword. The surrounding strong winds could not get close to him. With a serious expression, he activated his divine sense and the Tianyu sword appeared in his hand. The crystal-clear longsword was as transparent as ice crystals, but this transparent longsword emitted a shocking pressure. This kind of pressure directly crushed the martial artist's mind and will, and a suppressed aura spread in all directions. All the martial artists, including Yun Qingyun who had a cruel smile on his face, had a drastic change in expression. Saint artifact. It's actually a saint tool. All the knowledgeable experts could tell the grade of the Tianyu sword. This treasure was actually a saint artifact, which directly surpassed emperor artifacts and heaven artifacts. In the Azure continent, it was already very extravagant for a martial monarch to use an emperor weapon. Emperor weapons were only used by martial honored realm experts. As for heaven weapons, even martial honored realm experts would not use them. Heaven artifacts were already extremely rare, but in the hands of this young man before him, a saint artifact had actually appeared. However, the few supreme realm experts were puzzled. Even if a young martial arts grandmaster had a saint weapon, it was impossible for him to control it. A martial arts grandmaster's cultivation could not control a sacred artifact. Even a martial honor could not completely control a sacred artifact. However, everything that happened before their eyes was beyond their imagination. Seeing the saint artifact, Yun Qingyun and the other two became excited. If they killed this young man, wouldn't this saint artifact be theirs? However, he was more worried. The power of a saint artifact was earth-shattering. If he wasn't careful, he would be able to survive. Myriad swords returned to Rhe origin. Li Lingtian's entire being entered a state of emptiness. All he could see was the sword and his body was filled with a shocking sword will. With a wave of his hand, the universe sword in his hand left his hand. Immediately, space was torn apart. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In the sky, countless sharp swords flew over. This city, this move was the most effective because there were more warriors in the city, so naturally, there would be more sharp swords on their bodies. No matter when, a warrior needed to have the right time, place, and people. If it was a warrior with a water martial spirit, he would naturally have the advantage in the sea area. If it was a warrior with a wood martial spirit, he would naturally have the advantage in the forest. Myriad swords returned to origin could transform everything in the world into sharp swords. The air, the wind, the flowers, the trees, and everything else could be transformed into sharp swords. However, it was still the most powerful in Rhe city because the sharp swords of martial artists were naturally domineering and sharp. Instantly, tens of thousands of sharp swords arrived around the Tianyu sword and began to float and tremble. Countless sharp swords sensed each other and formed a sword net. Within a radius of Lu meters, it was a sword world. The first time Li Lingtian used the myriad returning swords, he did not use the cosmic sword as his heart of attack. Instead, he used the cosmic sword as a catalyst. Now, he understood that Rhe Sky sword was the true killing weapon. The more sharp swords there were, the greater the power. The higher the grade of the sharp swords, the more terrifying the degree of destruction. When Yun Qingyun saw the sword net in front of Li Lingtian, his heart sank. Even a god would fall under the thousands of swords. However, it was too late now. It was already impossible for him to regret his attack. Li Lingtian pointed with one hand and made a gesture to initiate the attack. Instantly, tens of thousands of sharp swords shot toward the enemy like meteors. The Tianyu sword continuously tore through the space and fiercely bombarded Yun Qingyun's attack. Crash. With a soft sound, the attack was cut open. The tens of thousands of sharp swords also shattered the attacks at this moment. In front of a saint artifact, ordinary attacks could only dissipate in an instant. Ah! With a miserable cry, tens of thousands of sharp swords rained down like a rain of swords. Every single sharp sword was above the level of a spirit weapon. Not to mention a first-level Supreme Realm expert, even a fifth-level Supreme Realm expert might not be able to withstand it. Threads, threads. The sharp swords in the air spun, and the sound of spirit tools being destroyed could be heard continuously. However, the screams were even more terrifying. Very quickly, the screams disappeared, and the sharp sword completely shredded Yun Qingyun into pieces. Destruction. At that moment, Li Lingtian's expression hardened. Li threw a pill into his mouth and his depleted vital essence was instantly replenished. With a flick of his finger, the myriad returning swords rained down on Yun Qingyu like a storm. Yi Feng felt the destructive attack. He was stunned, seeing a martial venerable being killed in the blink of an eye. A huge wave rose in his heart. Now that he saw the sword rain, he quickly dodged, leaving behind a dazed Yun Qingyu in the air. His own people had been killed by the myriad returning swords, causing him to be stunned for a moment. It was already too late when he realized that the sword rain had arrived. Rumble. He directly killed them without any resistance. Countless sharp swords were destroyed. Pfft. Li Lingtian spat a mouthful of blood. The myriad returning swords was already a heaven-defying move that exceeded his control. Now that he was forcefully buffing the myriad returning swords continuously, it was not easy for him. Boom. Roar. Crash. Roar. Roar. All the martial artists who were peeking from afar were stunned by everything. Li Lingtian did not make another move. Instead, he came to Ji Yi's side to watch. In the air, the silver-winged flying dragon was facing Yun Chengfeng's second heaven supreme realm. Although it was not defeated, it was at a disadvantage. However, after the two revered martial artists were killed, Yun Chengfeng lost his mind. For a moment, the silver-winged flying dragon found an opportunity and continuously bombarded with destructive demonic power. Yi Feng also joined the battle, attacking Yun Chengfeng in a 2 versus 1 situation. Big brother, are you alright? Ji Yi saw the blood on Li Lingtian's lips and witnessed everything that had just happened. Everything had gone beyond his imagination. Although Big Brother had killed 2 experts, he had also been injured. In her eyes, it was only right for Li Lingtian to kill thousands of people because he had made the first move. Moreover, girls were all like this. No matter what, their relatives were the most reasonable. Without a doubt, Li Lingtian was her only family. I'm fine. I'll be fine after resting for a while. I know about it. In this world, strength is everything. If you don't kill him, he will kill you instantly. Li Lingtian would not let go of the opportunity to educate this young girl. It was difficult to train someone, and it was even more difficult to train a young girl who knew nothing. Moreover, Ji Yi was from Rhe Fairy clan and was naturally kind-hearted. In the big dye vat of this world, he had to let her learn to protect herself. Rumble. Rumble. The air was torn apart, 2 explosions sounded out, but it was quiet after that. A crack appeared on the silver-winged flying dragon's wing. Yi Feng's mouth was also stained with blood. However, Yun Chengfeng fell from the sky, and his vitality gradually disappeared. When he landed on the ground, he was already dead. Let's go. We can't stay here for long. Li Lingtian sent a voice transmission to Yi Feng before reaching out to Ji Yi. Ji Yi held Li Lingtian's hand and the two of them dashed out in a flash. When they passed by the silver-winged flying dragon, Li Lingtian activated his divine dragon ring with his divine consciousness, and the silver-winged flying dragon disappeared. In the blink of an eye, the three figures disappeared from Su Anyang City. All the martial artists were still in a daze. 3 Supreme Realm experts had been lulled just like that, and the opponents were only a martial arts grandmaster and a girl. The one with the deepest cultivation was only at the first level of the Supreme Realm. Such a combination actually killed 3 Supreme Realm experts in less than a minute. After Li Lingtian and the other 2 had disappeared, all the warriors were finally jolted awake. They stared blankly in the direction of the 3 revered martial artists. 2 of them had vanished into thin air and only one of them was left with a corpse. This is too terrifying. A saint artifact actually appeared. And that silver-winged flying dragon is also extremely terrifying. It can actually fight a second-tier martial honor. The 3 revered martial artists disappeared just like that. Could this person be the young man that Pingyang City is after? No wonder the Ping family is after him. If we offend such a terrifying person, don't kill him, it will only be a future trouble. Su Anyang City is finally going to change its master. The Yun family has been here for more than 1,000 years. It's time for a change. Countless voices of discussion immediately erupted in Su Anyang City. 3 revered martial artists were killed, and 2 of them were lulled by the martial arts grandmaster youth. With one move, tens of thousands of swords killed 2 revered martial artists. Countless warriors who had lost their treasures did not dare to make a sound, afraid that the young man would hear them and come back to kill them. The sharp swords on the martial artists within 100 miles were instantly summoned away. When they arrived at the scene, they could only be stunned. Now, there was a large pile of sharp swords on the ground, and countless fragments. However, Li Lingtian did not know when he had taken the Tianyu sword. Naturally, they did not know that after Li Lingtian had refined the Tianyu sword, he could summon it back with a single divine consciousness. While Su Anyang City was in an uproar, the 3 of them had already left Su Anyang City for more than 1,000 miles. In the air, Li Lingtian held Ji Yi's hand as a beam shield enveloped the 2 of them and they quickly flew through the air. Young master, where are we going now? After witnessing Li Lingtian's terror, Yi Feng no longer felt awkward when he addressed Li Lingtian as young master. Although Li Lingtian was only a martial arts grandmaster, his strength was terrifying beyond description. A martial honor could only fight. It was very difficult for existences of the same level to kill their opponents unless there were some unexpected changes or shocking treasures and skills. Even if he were to face a first heaven powerhouse, it was also impossible to kill him in a short period of time. They did not expect Li Lingtian to eliminate 2 revered martial artists in one move. Who would dare to provoke such a few days' worth of skills and sacred artifacts? Although he did not know the level of Li Lingtian's move, he could sense that it was a powerful heaven-tier divine ability. Let's take a detour and go to Moonrise City, Li Lingtian said calmly. They would take a detour to avoid meeting the other powerhouses of the Ping clan. The 3 Supreme Realm experts just now did not know their strength and were killed by carelessness. However, the Ping family's martial artists knew about his background and would definitely have a countermeasure. In this state where the enemy was in the dark and he was in the light, he naturally would not easily go against the Ping family. Chapter 296, Return, Leave. Li Lingtian had already made up his mind when he left the immortal spirit realm. With his current strength, he could not fight the Ping family head-on. It was never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. Moreover, he had killed the Ping family's revered martial artist. It seemed that he was the target of revenge. After obtaining the heaven-mending root, he could also start preparing to refine a 6th-grade medicinal pill. However, since they had been hunted down, they were enemies, and the Ping family had to be wiped out. This was not the time to wipe out the Ping family. He was not a fool. Although he was hot-blooded, he was not impulsive. If it weren't for the fact that he had some forces in Moonrise City and Qingling was there, he wouldn't have returned to Moonrise City. What he needed to do now was to return to soliciting Moon City and take Qing Ling away, then let Qing Yun and the others transfer their forces to other cities. All right. Yi Feng nodded in agreement. It did not matter where he went as long as Li Lingtian could save Lan Ping. His life's hope was to save Lan Ping, and his spiritual hope was also pinned on Lan Ping. The three of them circled around Fair Sun City and flew toward Moonrise City. For half a month, Moonrise City was in sight. Li Lingtian's face was filled with comfort when he saw Moonrise City. The moment he returned to soliciting Moon City, Qing Yun knew about it and quickly relayed the news to Qing Ling. "Brother, you said that the young master is back." Qing Ling was pleasantly surprised. During this period of time, young master had left for 2 to 3 months and there was no news at all. She knew that Li Lingtian was competing for the heaven-nourishing route and that he was facing a super powerhouse. She was extremely worried for Li Lingtian. Li Lingtian's departure during this period of time had left her with a soulless feeling. Now that they heard the news of young master's return, they were naturally extremely excited. "Yes, I just received news that young master has already entered the city." Qing Yun nodded as he spoke. His face was filled with joy. Ever since he started following Li Lingtian, his cultivation base had skyrocketed. Now that he had reached Tier 8 warrior spirit, if he had enough time, it would not be difficult for him to become a warrior king. That's great. Qing Ling was so excited that her face was red. As soon as she finished speaking, she had already arrived outside the cave dwelling and waited. Li Lingtian flew quickly with Ge. After they entered the city, they were teleported to the entrance of the cave abode. Yi Feng was puzzled when he saw that Li Lingtian still wanted to use the teleportation formation. However, they soon arrived at the teleportation array. They appeared at the entrance of a cave abode, and they were instantly shocked. The density of spiritual energy in this cave abode was beyond imagination. Looking at this cave abode, it must be priceless. "Young master." At that moment, a sweet voice was heard. Li Lingtian had a faint smile on his face. After not seeing this little girl for a few months, she had become much prettier. Qing Ling ran out happily, but she was stunned when she saw a peerless beauty beside Li Lingtian. This girl was beautiful and charming. He had never thought that there would be such a beautiful girl in this world. She wanted to throw herself into Li Lingtian's arms, but she could only hold back when she saw that there were other people around. Moreover, the girl beside young master was too beautiful. A sour feeling surged in his heart. Yes, the little girl is getting more and more beautiful. Li Lingtian reached out and gently stroked Qing Ling's hair. His movements were extremely familiar. Ge looked at Li Lingtian's actions and thought to himself, "How can my big brother treat a girl like this?" She was curious. Who was this girl? She was also very beautiful and about the same size as her. It seemed that she was very familiar with her big brother. "This is my sister." Li Lingtian turned around and smiled at Ge, who was still holding his arm. This Ge was the daughter of the God Lord and the princess of the fairy clan. She had obtained the God Lord's divinity and became the young master of the fairy clan. She could be considered her younger sister. "Greetings, Mississippi." Qing Ling was startled, but her heart relaxed a lot. She didn't expect such a beautiful girl to be the young master's younger sister. Following that, Qing Yun bowed to Li Lingtian and Ge. "By the way, get ready to move all your forces slowly to other cities. Moonrise City can't be left behind. In the future, you will have to protect yourself." Li Lingtian told Qing Yun that he had to leave Moonrise City now to prevent the Ping clan from catching up to him. As he spoke, he moved his spiritual awareness inside the divine dragon ring and put some weapons, spiritual stones, and elixirs inside. Since Qing Yun wanted to develop alone, he needed spirit stones and resources. He could provide these things. "Young master, one will do my best to fulfill your orders." Qing Yun received the storage pouch, bowed respectfully, and left, flying in the direction of the city. Li Lingtian had also arrived at the main hall of the cave abode. He instructed Qingling to start packing while the rest of them moved to the cave abode immediately. They could not stay here for too long. Following that, Li Lingtian began to move around the cave abode to reinforce the restriction spells. These restriction spells were short-lived and would disappear automatically after 10 years. If someone with ill intentions came here to cause trouble, they would directly attack them. An hour later, Li Lingtian and the others left quickly and flew into the distance. After leaving soliciting Moon City, Yifeng activated his flying ship, carrying Li Lingtian and the rest and flying into the distance. 2. Young master, where are we going now? Yifeng felt pity when he saw Li Lingtian give up on the cave abode. 1 foot 11 inches leave Moonrise City and Tranquil Sun City first and find a place to cultivate for a while. When I return, 1 foot 11 inches erase my evaluation. It's up to you. The further away you are from these two cities, the better. 1 foot 11 inches go back to the spaceship, Li Lingtian said calmly. After that, he led Qingling and Ji into the spaceship's room. Although this spaceship could not compare to his Heavenly Cloud battleship, the environment inside was also very good. More importantly, there were many individual rooms inside. Li Lingtian let Ji stay in the same room as before while Qingling stayed next door. After settling Ji, Qingling followed Li Lingtian into the room. However, Ji opened the door just as they entered the room. Big brother, why is Qingling staying with you? Ji asked curiously. They had agreed that everyone would have one room, but now he saw Qingling enter Big Brother's room and Big Brother didn't object. Little girl, what do you know? Go in and cultivate. Li Lingtian was taken aback as he felt awkward. He quickly spoke up, only to see Qingling's little face blushing. Being seen through by others, she was naturally extremely shy. Ji stuck out her little tongue and acted like a ghost as soon as Li Lingtian finished speaking. She quickly closed the door to her room. When Li Lingtian and Qingling entered the room, Qingling could not help but throw herself into Li Lingtian's arms. Young master, Qingling thinks that you don't want me anymore. Qingling sobbed softly as her body trembled. She was not in the mood to cultivate after Li Lingtian left. Thinking that Li Lingtian had left and was never coming back, she felt extremely upset. Moreover, when she saw Li Lingtian returning with a girl who was prettier than her, her thoughts were further confirmed. Little girl, what are you talking about? If you weren't in Moonrise City, I wouldn't have come back at all. I'm here to pick you up. Li Lingtian gently caressed Qingling's back as he comforted her softly. Then, he told her about some of the things that he had encountered during this period of time, causing Qingling's heart to tremble. After hearing this, Qingling knew that the young master had come back for her. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come to Moonrise City. Yes. Her rosy lips could not help but kiss him gently. Her body also twisted as if she was about to melt together. Li Lingtian noticed Qingling's actions and knew that she had missed him after not seeing him for a few months. He stretched out his hand and picked up Qingling. Finally, he placed her on the bed in the inner room. Both of his hands continuously moved around this delicate and perfect body. Soon, the two of them entered a world of rolling clouds and rain. On this day, the two of them did not know how long it took before they stopped. By the time Li Lingtian stopped, Qingling's entire body was already weak. Her little face was filled with endless satisfaction. Next, Yifeng flew the flying ship towards the east. Qinglan City, 1, Yifeng, am finally coming back. Yifeng said in his heart. He had an unknown smile on his face. He thought about how he had left Qinglan City with the lifeless blue screen decades ago. In those decades, he had become a Supreme Realm expert, but he had still not been able to save the blue screen. Now, he could also return to Qinglan City. After Lan Ping was rescued, Qinglan City could only wait for his storm. Li Lingtian had no idea that he had left Moonrise City to avoid the Ping clan. However, he did not expect that he would end up in another, more powerful vortex. Ji was cultivating in his room. After a few hours, he stopped cultivating. Feeling extremely bored, he opened the door and went to chat with his big brother. Creak. Li Lingtian's room door was opened with a soft sound and Ge walked in softly. However, she did not see Li Lingtian in the room outside. She headed toward the other two small rooms inside. Li Lingtian naturally knew that someone had come in and it was Ge. Because on this flying ship, there were only 4 of them, Yi Feng would not come here. Only Ge, this little girl, could do it. Moreover, the restriction he cast had no effect on Ge. He was worried that something might happen, so he gave Ge a token. The restriction he cast had no effect on that token. But he never expected Ge to come at this time. Qingling was also sleeping soundly. He didn't have the heart to disturb her, so he could only cover Qingling's clean body with the blanket so that Ge wouldn't see her. Big brother. Brother. Ge called out softly when he saw Li Lingtian. At the same time, he noticed that Li Lingtian was naked and Qingling was sleeping beside Big Brother. In this situation, even if she didn't know anything, she would still instinctively feel shy. Her little face instantly turned red, and she was extremely embarrassed. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.